Hello everyone, greetings from Georgia, from Batumi. I'm Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic, accompanied by familiar face, as I believe you all chess fans know well, woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. Keti, you're Georgia?
Yeah, I am here in my home, not hometown, but my country, and I'm super excited to have one of the best European tournaments in Batumi.
Yeah, European team chess championship is starting, many top names here, also women's section with many interesting matches ahead of us. I suggest that we go to the playing hall, that we briefly check the cameras before giving you some additional info. So let's go to the playing hall, let's see what's going on. We have this broad view. This one is interesting maybe to see players walking around, which is usually quite common, especially in men's section. After the opening, players tend to walk around waiting for opponents to reply. Top boards are at your right, a little bit further. So let's go to that. Let's check the matches. So our first match is Germany versus Denmark, where we have Keimer playing. Keti, some teams are resting their players, like I don't know, Austria, Aleksenko, also some other teams. What do you think? Why Keimer is today present and playing first board?
Yeah, well, as it is first round, and this is quite a long tournament in classical chess, a lot of players would like to rest their top boards in the first round, because obviously top teams, they will not face against another top teams, right? They are playing against a bit lower rated teams, so this is quite normal, and we have, in most of the situations, we have the top board, first board, taking a break, but then always it comes to the preferences of the players. If someone wants to play, if someone wants to have a rest. Also it comes with the colors, which player wants to take white pieces, which players find to take the black pieces. And this is, I believe, a very nice strategy of some teams. And we know that most of them, they are teams for many years already, playing a lot of events together, also Olympiads, and they know the dynamics between each other.
Exactly. So this is a team event. We have 5 players, so 1 substitute. Okay, some teams can afford to have really like strong players as a substitute, but some of the teams are having clear 4 good players. For example, in Denmark has 3 strong grandmasters, 25-50 plus, then 2 players 24-50, while Germany today is resting European champion and candidate qualified from Grand Swiss, Michael Bluebaum. What do you think? Maybe also there was a huge attention before this championship, because Michael is now some like newcomer to top elite chess, many interviews, probably many insights of his career. So it also might be an idea to rest him a bit.
Yeah, well, the good news for the team is that no matter if one of the players rests, other 4 can carry on and still be the favorite in the match. One very interesting thing about the playing venue itself, just a little bit more than a month ago, we had another top-level chess event here in this very same venue. We were hosting the World Cup in women, where Divya Deshmukh won the title. And here, this is the second very big event that this place is hosting.
Yeah, you were following that event closely as the commentator, so Keti, I believe for sure that you will give us some insights regarding women's competition. But let's stay here for a while just to explain that you can see board number 4. This is an adjustment, players sitting on top boards, they are a little bit further. they have a little more sort of privacy because those 4 boards are connected to the places where players tend to walk around, so it might be disturbing position. So we have...
talking about the positions and the playing venue, we actually have 2 playing venues. This is just the one playing venue that we have right now on the screen, and there is also need to have more space for the rest of the teams, and their venue is one of the best places here in this hotel because they have seaside view, and very often it is important for the players to have nice view as well when they can relax a little bit during the game.
Yeah, I can fully agree that it's a splendid view, it's a splendid B hall. Sometimes if you're not playing in the main hall, you get a bit depressed. Usually the venue is not on the level, but here we can say kudos to Federation, Georgian Chess Federation and President Tsatsalashvili, who has made a really great job in terms of players' condition. I think it's really good, and players can focus on their games. So here we have Germany versus Denmark. Board number 4 is Svane Frederick. He came second, if I'm not mistaken, in the last European Individual Championship in Romania in March. Bluebaum was first, Svane Frederick second, I believe, and then third was another player who is playing here. It's Maxim Roshten from Israel. So Svane Frederick, his older brother is Svane Rasmus, playing board number 2nd. It's interesting that both brothers are now with the black pieces. So maybe they were like sharing some analysis, we will see.
Oh, I've heard in one of the interviews that they don't even train together.
Oh.
They've never trained together.
Interesting.
So, yeah, this is very interesting dynamics between the siblings, right?
Yeah, but I think that Frederick has said somewhere that in their team, in German team, that players are of course competitive during a year, but then during those European team championship and Olympiads, they tend to be a team, to maybe reveal some secrets which they were like using for their private or individual tournament. So behind Svane is Kolarz Dimitri and another Svane, Rasmus, and you could see Kiemer Vincent. They are all having white shirts. We can just say that their team captain is Jan Gustafsson, of course, well-known face, commentator, player, trainer. So this is the thing with Germany, resting Bluebaum, and we have Denmark, their opponents, also in the same outfit. Nice.
Yeah, it is pretty nice actually to see all these team members and the coaches and captains in the same outfit. They were making some photos right before the tournament, so you can feel there's a quite high team spirit between the teams, and also in the evenings you can see them walking together on the seaside, and yeah, this is perfect time to bond with your team. Among famous players, we have another very well-known player which represents Netherlands' first board. Anish Giri is also here at the European Team Championships.
Today I think he's resting.
He's resting today.
Yes.
And another big names we have here, Richard Rapport. He is the first board of the Hungary, and to be honest, we have a lot of stars here.
Yeah, Navarra is here.
Name all of them.
Yeah, all like players from the past, like Luke Van Velde, well-known top player also at some point. So let's switch to the second match where we have Netherlands. You just mentioned them, Keti. So let's see how they're doing. They're paired versus Bulgaria. I don't know, like 15 years ago or 20 years ago when I was playing, okay, I was playing also 10 years ago and less, but 15 years ago when Topalov was playing for Bulgarian team, They were like extremely strong, and of course Ivan Cheparino, it's interesting that he is not present as a player, but he is present as a team captain of Turkey. Then Delchev Alexander, he was at some stage 2660, and Kirill Georgiev, who is resting today, but he's sort of player coming back to his roots. He's playing for Bulgaria. He was top 10 player, fabulous player. Kiro was really extremely strong. If I'm not mistaken, you can maybe even check his career highs. So Georgiev, or I can help. So let's tell more about him a bit.
Yeah.
So he was born in 65, Kasparov is 63, and his career high was 2695 in July 2001. So and
almost 2,700.
Yeah, yeah, and he was number 9 in the world. That's a huge thing, Keti.
That's indeed.
To have
someone so heavily experienced in chess is obviously good.
Yeah, so they have Najdic at the first board. Najdic was changing some teams. He was representing Germany, coming for then, if I'm not mistaken, also Azerbaijan. So yeah, Arkady now is playing for Bulgaria. Petro Martin, Petko Momchil, and Dimitro Radoslav. Not famous team in terms of names, but quite a challenging first round matchup.
Well, Anish Giri facing against.
So Giri is playing today. Sorry, my bad. I thought that they were resting him. Okay, that's something we will check. Yeah, so maybe we can see him. Anish.
We can see him right now.
Yeah,
walking
he's just walking. So he won the Grand Space. He's back to candidates. He's ready to attack World Championship title if it's possible. Why not? 2759, top 10 for a long or a round. While Arkady was 2700, and now he dropped his rating heavily, 2587. I don't believe that this is his full strength. So it will be very interesting to follow this match. Regarding other players in that match, we have on board number 2, we have Petro versus Jordan van Forest. Jordan is, I believe, he is talented. He's ready to come to top 10. He won Vaikanze a few years ago, but recently he had ups and downs. But of course, a very strong player. Same goes for Max Warmerdam. I think Max was 2650. Now he dropped his rating to 2582. He is second of Giri, if I'm not mistaken. And Laami Erwin. Laami, I think he won B tournament in Vaikanze, and we will, together with Nguyen, and then we will see him in the A group next year, so that will be a huge thing.
Yeah, looks like the Netherlands came here with a full house, ready to fight for the title, and I believe they have very, very good chances to win this event, having Anish Giri probably in his best form.
Yeah, exactly. Luke van Velde is very experienced. He can jump in at the right stage. Their traditional coach, also helper of Anish Giri, Jan Smets. He's here, very nice person. Strong grandmaster himself, 2650 at some stage.
I saw that Anish Giri played with Black Pieces, the opening, that he is actually the author of Chessable Course. And then also Najdic is taking some of his time to figure out how to play. Do you think the top players they give it all for the chessable courses, or they're keeping something?
I don't know. These days, you know that informations are really like flowing. So I think that these days it's not easy to hide something. So I wouldn't be surprised that they are revealing like all the like insights they have. The only thing is how deep they want to go at the beginning, because sometimes you are not able to reveal things, because if then the course or some book will take like 500 pages or something, and it will be like too deep. But what I heard, for example, regarding candidates or some big tournament or world championship match, this is what Boris Gelfand said at some stage, that he was living like 3 years out of his prep for a world championship match afterwards. Wow. So same goes for candidates and Grand Prix. So Giri for sure now has something up his sleeve, so he will be ready to, because you know sometimes you prepare top novelties or something, but your opponent plays something else, and then you keep this waiting in your pocket. These days is very popular, Keti, another topic, like off topic, regarding Magnus becoming a father. Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, Giri, if I'm not mistaken, is a father of 3.
Oh yes, father of 3, and in fact, he's also, his family is also Georgian.
Georgian,
yes.
Exactly.
Yes, my good friend, and they have 3 adorable babies. They are not here. But there are some events that they are all together, and they're like very, very, very sweet, and seems like he gets a lot of support from his family, which is very nice. Sopiko
Gurameshvili, yes. Right, is his wife. Greetings to her. So let's move to the next board. Another star. Actually, I was sharing a row in the plane with him, Peter Leko, with Hungarians. They came same as I did. They had some issue with the flight. It was somehow it couldn't land, and then they needed to come back, then missed another, and they were coming same as I did. So through Istanbul, long night, yeah, not so easy to be fresh now in the first round. So I was sitting next to Csaba Balog. Csaba, I think, is a captain of the men team. Hang on, just to check. Yeah, Csaba Balog, also very strong player himself, 26-60 at some point. Here they have Peter Leko playing, of course, a legend.
Yeah, it is so good to see him playing chess, because lately we have seen him doing a lot of commentaries, but to see legends like Peter on the board it's pleasure.
Yeah, it's interesting that he was, if I'm not mistaken, he was born even in Serbia, this part which is close to Hungary, Croatia, Vojvodina. His mother, if I'm not mistaken, so his father was Hungarian, and his mother, if I'm not mistaken, it's similar like Monica Seles or something like that. And he speaks some words, so we were having some fun. And yeah, I really admire his career. He was few moves away from becoming a world champion, so he is a real star here. But of course they have Richard Rapport, top player, who is resting today, 27-20, but he was of course even 27-70 if I'm not mistaken. So they have strong team, and players like Banus Tamas, board number 3, who was 26-50 in some stage as well. Sugirov Sanand, who recently switched from Russia to Hungary, living in Budapest or Szeged, I'm not sure. But he was also 2700 player, now he's 2630. Benjamin Ledura, he was studying in US, in Texas, now he's ready to make a breakthrough. My point is...
World Junior
Champion, exactly. My point is that they are maybe underrated at the moment, like Leko, like Banus, Sugirov, so they are really tough opponents. But now we come to the point where, Keti, you will jump in, because they are playing versus Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia versus Georgia.
Hungary versus Georgia. Hungary versus
yeah,
Georgia.
I jumped to Georgia, to women's team. And Hungary versus Georgia, we actually have on the first board very experienced Georgian chess player, Tsatsalashvili, who is now these days also coaching, and this is something really nice that we should appreciate, that from top players it's not very easy to switch from playing to do the coaching. And we, of course, chess, new generation, they need good coaches, right? So Tsatsalashvili switched from playing to coaching, but now we can see him playing on the first board against Lacan.
Yeah, he was also strong, 26-50 at some stage, and stable. Caro-Kann, everyone do you play Caro-Kann?
Of course, I'm Georgian.
Everyone plays
Yes.
Caro-Kann.
Yeah, if you know this
Gurgenidze line maybe, or no?
yeah, famous videos nowadays are trending. Just tell me where you're from without telling me where you're from. I would say Karo. Like for the chess players, everybody knows that Georgians like to play Karagans. Then we have the next board, Nikola Zikacharova, who is very, very talented young Georgian chess player. Recently became the grandmaster, and he's also studying in the US. And he's amazing. I have seen him talking about chess. He loves chess, and he has a huge knowledge of a lot of lines, and it's quite impressive. Very talented guy, and currently he has quite nice position, as I can see. We will.
Yeah, I think that Mamedjaro just strolling around has stopped and then checking the game.
Because on the game already they have G4, G5, H5, the king side attack. This will be very, very interesting.
Okay,
so
we will follow that one.
Has to take a good care of his game. And then the next boards we do have Jobava.
Pansulaya is board number 3, but he's resting today.
He's resting.
Yeah, but he has also crazy underrated rating, 24.50. He was 26. I played him a few times in Dubai. He was always 26. He was Georgian champion, I think, last year or this year, and now he's sitting on 24.50, which really looks strange.
Yeah, it looks very, very strange. I know that he's playing recently a lot of open tournaments in India. And we know that the Indian players are very dangerous to take all the ratings from you, so he was playing a lot of events there. We have Jobava.
Yeah, I met him.
Famous Jobava.
Yeah, he's playing well. He was playing well in Romania, European Individual March, I think qualified to World Cup. So we all are happy that he's back because he's super talented. He's my generation. I love the way how he plays. I met him at the lunch today, and he said, "I'm playing 3 times in a row with the black pieces versus Sugirov, Sanan, so Grand Swiss here." And he also mentioned, I think maybe European Individual or something.
Yeah, he's just coming back at the board right now.
Yeah, so Badur is here. But I said, come on, I know that you won't.
But he could be.
Yeah, you won't suffer so much about the opening. Come on, you play your chess. And we have Paichadze.
Paichadze, yeah, he's also very, very strong. He's from my generation, grandmaster, and very solid. I would say very solid player. Not easy to win against him. One last thing about Jobava, I don't recommend anyone to play Jobava while he's present at the tournament, because he can get it can be very personal to him. I played in Abu Dhabi a tournament, he was there too, and I love to play Jobava London. And I started to play, and when it was going well, it was very nice, but then after I messed up a few games, and he was very unhappy with that. He was always telling me to check his games and play like him.
One important thing, team captain of Georgia is Sturua.
Yes.
He's a legendary, also very strong grandmaster. If I'm not mistaken, so I know that in 1999 European Team Championship, this event happened here in Batumi, and it was won, if I'm not mistaken, it was won by Georgia. And with Sturua, and Armenia. No, Armenia, sorry, my bad. Armenia was first. Now I'm trying to, now I recall, Armenia was first. But at that time, Georgia and Armenia were like super strong European teams. And at that time, it wouldn't be surprising to see Georgia seeded on the 3rd place. Not like here, that they are basically in the first round, they're seeded 23 and they need to play a top seed. But at that time, it was common to see Georgia with Sturua and some others to see them at very top. Okay, so then camera number 4, we have Slovakia versus Azerbaijan. You will see on the board 4 that Sulejmanli is sitting. Very interesting player, sometimes nervous. We have Safarli just seated, playing against Sahidi. Mamedov is walking around as well as Mamedjarov.
We have half of the other team just walking at this point. As you, as a chess player, when are you starting to walk when you, like, this is very beginning of the game, right? And we can see that some of them from this team are just gone. What's the reason for that? Yeah,
okay, there are type of players who are always walking. Giri, Mamedjarov, I don't know, I can maybe come up with some rapport is usually walking when he is around. Deak is standing up each move, even being like on a super low on time, like on a last minute. So there are some players, and there are some players who like to sit and think a bit more, even watch the games of their fellows without standing up. I was the guy who was at some point of career sitting a lot, not standing at any point except going to restroom. While later in my career, I was sort of walking more, checking some other games. There are players who tend to go deep in other games, and there are players who just briefly, like scanning, and they cannot even recall all the things. We can find some stereotypes and types of players. As I said, you will see that they are walking a lot. But what I've noticed that men tend to walk more than women. Ladies are sort of more focused at the beginning, responsibility, determined, and they usually tend to sit. In men tournaments, you could see podium always that players are walking, while in women tournament only few.
So well, I walk a lot in the game, and sometimes I'm feeling tired. I walk so much, especially when there is a big playing venue. But if I have the tough position, I barely walk. I barely walk. I walk mostly when I feel very confident, and I know that I have very good position.
Yeah, so what we can see, so Azerbaijan, headed by Rajabov as a team captain, but not a player. Recently, Rajabov is doing different kind of things. I guess you all guys noticed that he was guest who connected famous Formula One drivers who are chess fans. It's Lewis Hamilton and Charles Leclerc. And there was a nice story, footage, video about them. Have you seen it?
Yeah, absolutely. I loved it. It's amazing to have other sport people, great sport people, being in love with chess.
Yeah. So Slovakia, they have also quite known, and also author and a player, Vtačnik Lubomir, as a team captain. As I mentioned already, Timur Rajabov, super strong players. He entered already top 10 when he was like 16, even less. He won versus Kasparov in Linares. So today, Muradli last board is resting, while in Slovakia, Pehac is playing on first board. Very interesting player. He was 26, then he dropped a bit his rating, but he is a really interesting player, and usually he's playing like completely off-bet openings. So this game we will follow. Let's move on with the camera to next match, and soon we will start to comment the games. There is one player who is barely standing, and he's also super top player. Mickey Adams, a really legendary player who is now playing for England, of course, born number 2. Before he was there, like first player, top player for a long, but still his rating is 2650, which is fine.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I remember when I met him for the first time. It was in France, La Capella.
La Grande, yeah.
I remember that event. It was a huge event, and I played there. And it was the first time that I saw him in person. I knew his games. I've heard so many stories about him, and then when I saw him in person, I was like, oh my God, he's a real person. It's very nice for some of the local players who are playing in Georgia team 3 and 4, who are very young, and they have the opportunities to meet the legendary players.
Lack of world candidate, just basically drawing the match, losing in additional tiebreak. Mickey Adams, just to remind you, he was 2760, world number 4. Truly a legendary player. I played against him. He was 2700. There was some Sicilian. I lost, but he was so polite, and yeah, I really admire him a lot. Badur Jobava said in European teams 2020-21, he won against Miki in a really great game, and then he said, like you have this last Mohican Indian, he said last positional player. Miki is a last positional player. Really, he can deliver a masterpiece on a good day, so he's really legend. We have Hugo, who is representing England, playing first board versus Grandelius. Niels is a very interesting player, capable of winning against very top players. Then we have Adams versus Seo Jung-min. Then Jones Gawain, board number 3, very interesting player. He's playing versus Trost Edwin. And board number 4, we have Royal Shreyas versus Panzer Milton. Let's go back to check with the camera that match, just to see. Yeah, players are sitting basically, all the players. So this is something I've mentioned before, that there are some players
to like to walk, but some of them are just very much focused. Very often the time is running so fast you don't even feel that you're sitting down for like 3 hours figuring out how to play. But it's so interesting, right? That you can be so hooked with the position that you don't even feel the timing.
Players are determined. England is, of course, very strong team, while Sweden is one of the teams I have experienced it myself before when I was playing for national team, that they can be really tough nut to break, because they have players who are not top players but capable of winning. For example, Niels can win with the black pieces. Seo Jung, he was playing in the European Club Cup last year, very good, and 2 young players as well on the last 2 boards. Let's go with the camera to our last match. We have it in the open section. So let's go to Lithuania versus Armenia. So it's Lithuania versus Armenia. Of course, Armenia was super strong. And with Sargsyan, and of course before Aronian was there, they were really, really heavy scorers at Olympiad, European teams. Sargsyan has specialized exactly for that. He was scoring heavily at the European Team Championship and Olympiads, but they have also other players. Martirosyan lost some rating. He was 2700, now he's 26. And Gabriel is sitting on board number 4. It's interesting, Keti, that Lithuania, they came with 4 players only. So that's something interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Not many teams actually. I think only 2 or 3 teams are here with 4 players. Mm-hmm. So that means that all of them have to play always all the games, but they can switch, of course, the seats between 3rd board, 4th board, and so on. But to be honest, this is a very, very long tournament, very quite competition, and the teams who have extra player has a huge advantage. Yeah.
Okay. Before just switching to women section, just to say that so Germany is first favorite with 26.81 rating average, Netherlands 26.75, Hungary 26.66, Azerbaijan 60, England 39, Armenia 38, Serbia 35. Just to remind you that Serbia is defending the title from 2023 in Budva, Montenegro. They won the event. Their captain now, instead of Perunovic, Miodrag, is Ivan Ivanišević, and the team is more or less, I think the team is not more or less, but exactly the same. Then we have Spain with Shirov, another legend, another top player. If I'm not mistaken, Shirov was world number 4 as well. Let's see. He was really, really strong. Oh, sorry, my bad. Number 2 in 1994. So he was really also super, super strong. He won a match versus Kramnik. Yeah, fire on board. Amazing. Another legend who is around. So many strong players.
We're lucky, and this tournament has just started, so we are just heating up. The players need some time to get used to everything, and you know what, I believe that today we will have already some very nice games that we will be interested to look at.
Another star right behind him, Ukraine, playing first board, world number 6 at his peak, Ruslan Ponomarev, another super strong star. Volokitin, Korobov, many players. Greece, now we have Teodoru. Just to remind you, he won versus Gukesh in Grand Swiss. So Greek player is the one to follow as well. France, unfortunately without those stars, but they're still a strong team. Fedosev, playing for Slovenia. He was playing fantastic in Vajkanze. Vojtašek, another super strong player. Navara is around. Lisipeanu, Aleksenko, Šarić, Gurel, Edis. Unfortunately, there is no Erdogmus here, but many, many strong players. So it's really interesting event. Let's move to women's section. Let's go with the camera to our match number 1.
And here we have Georgia versus Georgia. I don't think it's the most pleasant match for the Georgian team, Georgia team 1. Because, obviously you always want to play against other people when you are playing at the European or World Championship. But the good thing about these players is that...
Just a second, Keti, we need to head the camera to women's section. We are still on the men's section. Now we have the camera.
And players know each other quite well. They play Georgian championships. Not necessarily all of them are playing, but we're missing today Nana Tsatsalashvili, our first board. Quite high-ranked player, and
Okay, but it's still super strong.
Very, very, very strong. I don't know how this match will end actually. When I saw these pairings, I thought that it could not be any better scenario.
So in this matchup, in terms of rating, Nino Batsashvili is a favorite, of course, with the white pieces, but still, it's not, the margin is not so high. Lela Yavakishvili, here we have bigger margin, but she's black. And Bela Kotenashvili versus Gvetaze, similar like first board. And Arabidze Mary versus Koridze Lile, board number 4. You can see them on the camera. Just to remind you that Mary Arabidze was European Women Champion in 2023, if I'm not mistaken. And she's very, very strong, playing board number 4, while her opponent, Koridze Lile, is well known as a streamer, right? And yeah, I got some requests to get her in the studio at some point, so maybe we will. Guys, just to remind you, subscribe to ECU YouTube channel. You can write us a chat. Unfortunately, we are working with delay due to anti-cheating measures, so we might not reply on your comment, remark, question instantly, but for sure we will touch your point in some stage. So you can write in chat, we will make a poll, you can follow the games, so we are eager to have you on our ECU YouTube channel. So, Georgian encounter, board number 1, board number 2, probably this will get big attention in media, and who knows what will happen. Let's move to the next woman board. It's board number 2, it's Italy versus Poland, match number 2. We are waiting for that camera. Now we are waiting for a full screen camera. Okay, finally we got it. We have Italy versus Poland. Italy versus Poland. Another encounter with the white outfit. Yeah, it's nice. Here we have Brunello. She's behind. Brunello versus Karsinskaya. Then Sedina versus Maseskaya. Zimina versus Kilbasa and Gueci versus Coulon. Here I would say that also it's not, okay, Georgia is a favorite versus Georgia too, but here Italy versus Poland, I'm not sure that this match is one-sided, that Poland will have an easy task today. Italy is usually doing well in women's section at the European teams and Olympiads. Here Poland has a team captain Juba Marcin, while Georgia, I forgot to say, is led but another legendary player, Sergei Movsesyan. Chess fans who are a little bit more aware of the history can recall that he was 2750. So if I'm not mistaken, Movsi was world number 6 or 7 maybe, let's see. Very strong player, but now he was usually playing, but now he's, oh, my bad. He was 2750, but he was world number 10. And that time, that was not enough. But it's similar now. His rating is interesting. His rating is like Gukesh's rating. So it's funny, almost similar. I think Gukesh is now 2750 something, and Movsi was at that time having the same rating.
Wow. So
we have Italy versus Poland. Here, teams are almost in their main lineup. Monika Sochko is resting, and here in Italian case we have Brunello. No, Brunello is playing?
She's playing, yeah.
Yeah,
she's playing.
Brunello is playing. Sedina, Zimina, Guecci, yeah, they're playing the main lineup. Another quite known author, grandmaster, Marin Mikhail, is their captain. So let's move to the next match. Let's check the match between Ukraine versus Austria.
And here we have Yulia Osmak on the first board with white pieces against Olga Badalka, who just switched her federation to Austria. And then we have Ina Gaponenko, who is a very experienced player, against Denise Yasmin Schoffer, who is woman international master. Quite young player, to be honest. I have never seen her game before, but we will see closely this player. Then we have Natalia Zhukova, another very quite experienced player, also European champion and grandmaster. She will play against Veronika Exler with white pieces. And the last board, Pitoba Bojena with black pieces, a player that we have heard already about her, quite young player that has been a talent. She's facing Emilia Deak Sala, woman FIDE master. This can be quite interesting match, but I think Ukraine can be considered to be a heavy favorite.
Yeah, here I just want to add that in women's section we have, okay, not many, but there are some men grandmaster. So Dzagnidzhe Batsiashvili, Nino, we mentioned her. We have Kotenashvili, but we have also Alexandra Kostenyuk representing Switzerland. You mentioned now Zhukova. She was very strong. We have Elina Danielian. She is now resting for Armenia. So
Stefanova.
That means that all those ladies, they were like 25 plus rated at some stage. So Stefanova, former world champion. Monika Sochko. We have Arahamia Grant, which maybe can come under the radar, but also very, very strong player. So there are ladies who are really heroes of some youth players, and
I
it's
like
nice
this
to have
event
them.
because we have a mix of some of the big names like legends of chess and some of the newcomers who have very good opportunity, especially at this event, to shine, to get the medal, to get the also highest score on the individual board, and to be part of the national team at the Olympiads.
Yeah, so I think it's time that we check the games. So let's get the board and let's see the moves. So let's see how the games are starting. So let's start with, we can go with the camera to Germany, to our first match in the open section, Germany versus Denmark. While I will show the games. So Kamer versus Bjerre. Yeah, Bjerre, Jonas can be a very tough opponent. He's theoretically prepared. I wouldn't be surprised that maybe they were even connected at some stage in terms of training camps or similar. So first board, let's see how the game went. So it was Bogo Indian. Just a sec. So after knight f3, here bishop b4, knight d2. Of course, bishop d2 is also a normal move. Knight d2, a5. This is the line which is popular. This also is normal to go castle after a3, bishop e7. Now after e4, d5 was very popular before, but now they are playing d6 mainly. So after a5, a3. Okay, they ended up in something which is very solid, except this pawn is usually on a7. Can white exploit this hole? It's not clear. And now white is deciding either to take with the e or...
You can also take with the knight, and to answer to your question, the knight can go from d4 to b5 to immediately take over this spot. Exactly,
Keti, because here usually pawn is standing on a6 and you are ready to build up this Marozzi setup. If you can check, please, Keti, in some stage, is there any question in the chat? ECU YouTube chat?
Yeah, we're ready to read the chat and answer the questions, but there is a 15 minutes delay, so you guys, when we check, we cannot see that, so you have to be a little patient to get our answer back, because due to the fair play check and the safety for all the participants, we do have a 15 minutes delay for the games.
Yeah, let's check Rasmus versus Svane versus Thibaut. This game is much more complicated. It's Catalan, which is now the main line if you want to win without giving an easy equalizer. Not an easy, but let's say that you got surprised by your opponent prep and you're not getting anywhere. This Catalan at least gives you a chance to play for a win long term. Here is one important point. So white is playing bishop g5 with the idea to take on f6, and according to our principles that might be strange. Why to give bishop for a knight? You can interrupt me at any point.
Yeah. No, I'm just looking at the chat right now, and they were mentioning about my mic, you guys. In 15 minutes, you're gonna hear my proper voice. So carry on with that.
Okay, thanks for that. Of course, we are also happy if you give us any input from technical point. So after bishop g5, white is already getting ready to exchange bishop for a knight. But why is white doing that without doubling the pawns or getting some pressure? The point is that after that exchange, white is planning long term to exchange light square bishop for light square bishop, and then to stay with Jose Raul Capablanca's duo, queen and the knight. So this is some kind of long-term strategy, and that's why white exchanged bishop on f6, trying to get the control later of those two squares, saying that this bishop doesn't have some bright future. And we will see will this happen. And now, as I said, now long-term the idea might be to exchange at the right moment light squares bishops, but this still Okay, it will happen maybe in a different way if now black takes on c4. White is spending some time, so Erasmus seems to be in his prep, although it's still slightly better for white. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move to the next board because the positions start to look very interesting on many of the other boards.
This one is typical, just briefly to show that it can come. This came from Petrov, but it's a game where you can press if you're well prepared, since there are some questions, which is white posing, and Swan a typical thing. We can move on. You mentioned. So let's see Najdic versus Giri.
Yeah, that's
So
very interesting game.
it's already Sicilian, bishop g5. Najdic was very theoretically prepared in his prime, but now Giri is playing this h6 g6, which is a sideline.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier that he has this chessable course in this opening, so he switched from the main line, as I'm aware of, and Najdic took it as a surprise. We can see that he is down to, at this point he's down to 58 minutes against 1 hour 20 minutes of Giri, so almost 20 minutes difference. It's at this stage is quite big. I think I blame g6 for that. From this moment when Giri played g6, then Najdic took more and more time to think, to figure out his next moves. And when we move forwards towards the current position, we can see that Anish Giri actually holds position quite well with black pieces.
Yeah. Let's move on. Now the final position is knight d5, knight d5, e d5, rook d5, knight d5.
Yeah,
rook
it
d5.
gives a question mark for some reason. This might be perhaps because this knight on c3, it guards the king on the queen side, and now you are trading yourself the only piece that guards the king, and we know that very soon black will start to attack on the queen side.
Yeah, this looks very promising. We can go with the camera to, is it to board number, or match number 2, but it's fine, you can see now the players. So b5 was played, and this looks very good for black. Let's move on. In other games, this is still in opening phase, but it's interesting that Jordan spent, is it stacked? I think it should be stacked, we can check.
After b5?
Yeah.
Ooh, probably stacked because that happened some time ago when we saw b5. We have few more moves after that.
Okay.
So this is move.
Ah, okay, it was
You got
played.
it?
Okay. No, now it's fine. It looks also very interesting. Marin is doing quite fine, making like a solid structure. Then this one. Okay, typical Italian or Rui Lopez style, and Lamy last board is putting some pressure. Very strange, this queen d7, and this looks better for white.
Was that for long castle? I don't believe that black wanted here to long castle, and that's why queen d7 has been played.
Good question. No, I think the idea was he didn't want to be pinned. The knight f6, maybe bishop h4 was the issue, and so he wanted to avoid the pin by playing queen d7 and then knight f6.
So now f5 is a serious threat, and black has to take care of that. Otherwise, the bishop will be
either
forced
probably
to be
f6
given
will
away.
be played as a move.
Wow, very, very sharp start of the day. We can actually move to the third match, Peter Liko against Tsatsalashvili. Very unusual situation.
So it was open Spanish, and then d4. This was played at some point. Yeah, this is like all theory. So maybe they're playing. This was played by, I think, Korchnoi and some other players. It's usually fine for black, so maybe Peter is not going
too
anywhere.
much
Yeah.
in deep, because right now what I see the most played move here is bishop to d4, and obviously if you don't know theory, you don't play moves like that. Not a very natural move, but also from the first side you would like this position for black, because look at this d3 pawn here controlling the board, but white can take over the situation and start to attack this pawn. And bishop d4, the most popular move that has been played here, actually cuts the queen to control d file, and white is now would stretch to take the pawn on d3. So you have to always watch out. And we have bishop d4 on the
Interesting.
board. What do you think about the time situation right now? I see Lako has less than 50 minutes and Tsatsalashvili has 1 hour and 25 minutes. So he barely thought for these 16 moves that he played with black pieces.
Okay, he's that kind of player. He needs to heat up a little bit more than others. So I'm not surprised that he's taking it slow, but still it's familiar position for him, and I don't believe that this time management will start to tell at some point. It's under control. He can make some like normal moves. So probably it will go this way, queen d5.
Yeah, queen d5 is the move, and the point being that white cannot take d3 pawn safely, because he has to give up the b3 pawn in that case.
Now he will play something like rook e1. Here it's important just to say that exchanging on d4, it's a mistake, because knight takes and then pawn push will follow, maybe even immediately, or first to secure the knight with b4, and then it can be tricky. Okay, the game to follow. Then we can move on.
The next board, second board, was very interesting, starting from the very, very beginning. We had this position when we mentioned about this g5, and later on black also played h5. And black got very fast, very good attack on the king side. I always envy players who get with black pieces such a nice attack on the king side so early.
But I think this was played. So this was played, and this sacrifice. So I think that Tamas is still in his prep. Yeah, white has also some chance for the initiative. It will be interesting for sure. Then we have Sugirov versus Badur. So Benoni takes on d5, exchanging the bishop, and then playing knight d7, f5. White usually goes on the queen side, 2 bishops, but I think it's a wise choice from Badur. We can switch the camera, you can see it. If we go to next match, Hungary versus Georgia. It's our match number 3.
Oh, there's a few comments in our chat. Greetings, guys, all of you. And let us know who are you rooting to, which team is your favorite. There is one comment about me not playing because I'm afraid. What about you?
Yeah, I would be. I'm Croatian number 3, so basically I could join the team. So with 25-60, but I like this job.
Yeah.
So we don't see them on the camera. Let's change the camera. It's a match between Hungary versus Georgia. That's it. You will see it now. So, Badur seems to be fully concentrated. Let's add a board, chessboard as well, that you could see.
Yeah, it is very interesting that Badur and Sigurov has only played 12 moves, and they kind of burns a lot of time off the clock.
Yeah, true. And board number 4 in that match, we have Gledura playing with the black pieces against Bajcadze. It was Sicilian with C3, which is very safe choice. Actually, if you want to make a draw versus strong opponent, you play against French defense, exchange variation. You play, I don't know, versus E5, you played 4 knights. And Sicilian with C3 considers as the way to play for a draw, or at least to avoid a sharp game. So is this a strategy?
Was playing that to win against me,
Yes,
and it is so annoying to play against C3.
So is this a strategy from Luka to be super safe? It looks that
he's a very safe player. He's like he barely loses the game. That's what we were talking earlier.
He's doing very well, and you can see on the camera that he's sort of happy with his position.
He might look a little bit relaxed having this lag there, but the problem is that he has some health issue, and he was. I saw him today. He is here with some. I don't know what's the name of that, like when you need extra help to walk. So he was walking with those sticks, and I think he has something that he's putting his.
That I saw him as well. Yeah, that was him.
Yeah, he's playing a lot of sports, and probably something went wrong in some football.
Okay,
game.
let's move on. We want that he recovers as soon as possible, but it seems that he can play, which is fine because he's in the team, so they think that won't like interfere his playing. Okay, he's actually tanking now.
Yeah.
Sticks.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, you're right. So, Pehac versus Mamedyarov. That was normal opening, which surprised me a lot. I was expecting something more challenging, crazy, H6, interesting.
Oh my God, it breaks my heart. Look how he's resting. When he's standing, he's also with his body. So I have a feeling he has been in this condition for some time.
I know that another player, I think he's playing here for Georgia, number 2 or 3, Sanikidze. He was suffering a lot.
Yeah, for many years because of he fell off from the scooter.
Scooter, what was?
Yeah. And also we had this very, very famous case when Dink fell off from the bike in Norway, and then he was playing here at Olympiads in Batumi with a lot of support, and he was in a huge pain actually. It was not so easy.
Okay, so we want all of them to recover soon. While we are checking the games, it seems to me that Mamedyarov is doing quite well, but it's also promising for white in terms of making a complicated game. Okay, my favorite rouser, Mamedov is playing.
Your favorite red?
Yeah.
What, do you like it to play with white or?
With black.
With black, you play with black.
Yeah,
I also play with black.
Yeah, we will follow this game. So Gazik is playing.
Okay.
So knight c6 now, this is very popular as well. Bishop e7, b5, and that's it. Can we go with the camera to the next match? Azerbaijan versus Slovakia. So let's try to see. So Pehac is behind. We can see Safarli, but Mamedov, okay, we can see them.
Mamedov, yeah.
Very strong player, of course. Experienced player, team player. So he's thinking how to move on. Usually how the game develops, for example, h4, castles, g4. I was playing queen c7, Now either they transfer the knight immediately or later, maybe let's say bishop d3. This is something which happens in this line, let's say this kind of position. And white wants to go on, sometimes they return. The point is if you push d5 then e5, sometimes they even...
Can we check line what happens if the queen takes?
Yeah, we can show the line.
Line.
Yeah, you cannot run anywhere, and if you take, there is this trick. So those details really help you, because if you are familiar with that, so here, but there is my motive in this position. I play this versus Karyakin, knight e4, but maybe not in this particular line. Usually when bishop is on g5, it works. For example, like this, if I'm not mistaken. Now is this trick. Actually, this is what I played versus Karyakin.
And if I take the knight on e4?
e4 d takes.
D takes, and then your
And
bishop
then this
is
queen
hanging.
is hanging, and if you take here, rook d4, I think is the move.
And now both bishops are hanging.
Yeah, and then, yeah, this is some kind of line which, if you're playing with the black, you should be aware, and I believe that Victor is aware of it. Of course, Mamedov also knows it, but actually I was actually lucky to surprise Karyakin that he was not familiar with that. Yeah, which was interesting. Okay.
And you won, I guess.
No, it was a blitz game. I lost in the end. It was 5 minutes game, but he was shocked. He spent like a minute, and it was better for black. But then it was in blitz. I was sort of winning, but I misplayed it. So we can move on. Next, is anything interesting in other matches?
Yeah, I will look very quickly. I will take a look quickly on the other games and just let you know. We do have England against Sweden. We have board 3, quite interesting position.
I just came, but maybe it looks like more interesting than it's the case. So king can go to g7 maybe, and we might have a normal game.
Yeah, so far I think the players are starting a little slow because everyone needs to warm up. So how is working with you when you play a long tournament? Are you the player who starts very well at the beginning and then slows down in the end, or you need to warm up at the beginning and then?
Yeah, my thing is that I was never starting with some kind of solid. Either I was playing superbly, winning first 5 or 3 or 4, or I will lose like first 2, and then I will, like in a finish, I would win last 2 or 3 games. I was sort of on a mission to recover. So I was that kind of player. I was never like playing a tournament when I was small minus, small plus, and then not much is happening. So I was always the one who was either scoring well or playing a bad tournament. And actually I was struggling with the national team. My debut was 2007. Create European teams, and I did really well. I was maybe best in the team. We won versus Spain, I won versus important game versus Dublan, Kozul versus Shiro, and so on. But the thing is, later I was struggling. That pressure when you're playing for national team and that everyone is following, and for me it was tough to handle. And I know many players who were like underperforming in their matches for the national team. Interesting game, Kovalenko versus Anikize. Kovalenko, he was playing before for Latvia, but now representing Ukraine. We know the situation in Ukraine. I think he stopped playing. Actually, he won Tournament of Peace in Zagreb a few years ago. I invited him, so I know him well in terms of his chess quality. But of course, with those tough circumstances, he was not playing for a long.
Yeah, and he was in
Ukraine.
One of the players who was very verbal about that, which is very important, I think, for sport people to use their voices. And for me, it's the first time that I saw him at the event. I have never seen him ever since the war.
But very strong player who is really capable of scoring heavily. And I'm really, if I would need to maybe point out one name who might come under the radar, that's him in this event. He can be a player who can score like 6 out of 7 or something like that. And now he's pressing versus Sanikizve. We mentioned that Sanikizve was having that injury, which was actually bother him for a long. We have similar position here in Maurizi versus Darda, our junior match. I think in the World Junior list that Darda is something like
He was one of the. Yeah.
Pragnananda is number 1, Gukesh second.
Gukesh, and his third one. I think latest update is like that. World Junior.
Darda?
Chess.
No, I believe that they're much worse now. That they are not in top 10. There are so many others. You can check, Keti. I believe that that Darda was World Junior maybe champion. He was European second and third, while Maurizi was World Junior champion. He was only 16 years old. So I think now that that rating lists have changed, and that we have, they are not in top 10.
This
Pragnananda, Kemer, Gukesh is third.
Wait, what? Kemer is still junior?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Dogmus number 4, right?
Yeah.
Sadvani is still junior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. There are some players that they have been at the top level elite list that you can't imagine that can be still junior. Like for instance, Vincent Kemer is there for many years already. You would think that he is.
Yeah, Darda might not be a junior anymore, so I don't see him on the list, while Maurizi should be. If I'm not mistaken, maybe same here, maybe Maurizi is not a junior anymore.
I'm checking.
This is a bit strange list.
Yeah, very shady list that I popped up in my...
Yeah, I think that now it's strange. I think that Mishra it's top 5, so I'm not sure that.
No, Maurizi is still.
Yeah, I think this the list. Maybe you should go to FIDE website. I believe that list because I was watching it recently, and I know that Pragnananda is number 1, so Kemer shouldn't be a junior. Maybe he still is.
How we're doing here? The standings of juniors, but this is for rapid.
It should be normal, right? Rating. Standard. Search. And just press search now. Try to press search. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know what was that list.
Yeah.
What was that? Yeah. Pragnananda, Gukesh, Sindorov, Murzin, Mishra, and Erdogmus. Yeah. This looks more.
Burel number 9. Then Maurizi number 12. Darda is still junior. Yeah, number 17.
Yeah. And Vincent is not junior, as we can see. He's not there. So yeah,
true.
He's not junior.
Okay, maybe it's a moment that that we go to the playing hall with our full screen broad camera, just to see players resting a bit, walking around. Keti, I'm always mentioning that that sometimes. I can feel the tension only when I enter the playing hall.
Yeah, it feels so different. You can totally get into the vibes of the play. And when I get the questions about commentary in the playing, whenever I'm in the playing venue, then I want to be there and then I want to play because it feels like magical atmosphere there.
Okay, so let's check the games. Looks solid at the moment. That Nino is only slightly better, Keti.
Yeah, and this is not enough.
Yeah.
Only is not enough.
Yeah,
It has
Sopiko
to
is
have a
still. Have you
good-
played against her?
Sopiko? Yeah,
Yeah.
I have played against everyone
Yeah.
many times.
And
She's
how-
very. She used to be the member of the national team,
Mhm.
and she's very attacking player. She likes to play Sicilian, very strong. But for some time already, I would say last 7, 8, even 10 years, she's not active player anymore. So she used to be very strong 2400, and now her rating is
Dropped.
Yeah, dropped. quite.
Okay, let's check how's Lela doing with the black piece. It's okay, she already achieved something. So how this game went. So it was okay, this call system, and then D takes C5. Okay, white was trying to liquidate a bit, but allowing black to achieve a good position. Black seems to be doing very well here. Then this one looks better for white, and Mary
This is very
Arabidze.
interesting.
Okay, how this game went? So she voluntarily allowed her king to be cut, and now she's launching the attack. Yeah, Mary seems to be doing very well, but she needs to play precise. So, but this h4 is really coming.
Yeah, it's coming. And what do you think about the king on e8? Do you think this might have any problems?
Yeah, I don't know. Is she counting that after bishop e6 in some stage she will be ready to castle long, or just that she thinks that she can win without the king? Or let's say not without the king, but without the rook. That would be precisely.
Yeah, maybe bishop e6 at some point to get queen also on f6, and then it's also possible to castle on the long side in that variation.
Yeah.
Yeah, her time tells a lot here. Very often when players have huge time advantage, they are well prepared, they feel very good. And in this game, Arabidze has 1 hour 23 minutes against Lile's 40 minutes. So we can see who's comfortable.
Let's
in this
go
position.
to the next match. Let's see how Italy is doing with Poland. Seems to me that Marina Brunello is slightly better, but not much, versus Kashlinskaya. It's okay, it's still black. She's the one who needs to come up with something if she wants to win this, or she's not unhappy with the draw. Marteskaya, interesting. Alexandra is always playing super fast, but this one is interesting. Zimina versus Kielbasa. Olivia was 24-30 at some stage. I was expecting her to make a considerable breakthrough, maybe even 25
Oh, she
plus.
recently got Queen Master norm. So that's actually true that she has been 2200 player. And then before the COVID, I was also playing against her in some events. And then after COVID, she went from 22 to 24.
Olympia 9 out of 9.
That was incredible. And she was trading a lot, and that affected her rating quite a lot. And then I was also thinking, oh my God, she will be the next Grandmaster 2500.
Yes, exactly.
And then she stopped, as you're mentioning, and right now she has her rating. This is much below that she usually had recently. But now, as she got this Grandmaster norm, she's, I think, getting another wave of rating increase, and I think she'll get it in the end, the Grandmaster title.
Got it. I believe that will happen. I agree. Since she has some talent how to make things looking simple, but here maybe after g4, 95 g4, she's under heavy fire. So I don't know what will happen here.
Oh, I like G4.
Yeah, this looks really dangerous for her.
Yeah, knight is stuck, so you can
If
really...
you take on H1 at some stage, okay, here. Ah, no, bishop B7 was played, sorry. This is the position. If I take first, so you take, I play something like, I don't know, knight G6, you play rook G8, and stop
F3,
yeah, just not allowing to queen H4. Maybe I could go F3 immediately, but then check, white to allow this check, and then taking on H5. So knight G6 first, you go rook G8, and then F3. And this looks really tough, since this bishop will fall.
I was also thinking, this is a very good position, but you have to sacrifice here in exchange. What about you don't do anything after bishop to b7, you just move your rook away, and the question is how knight is moving from h5, and if you trade my pawn on g4, that actually gives up a lot of squares on the king side.
Yeah, probably you're right, Keti. This will happen. She will play rook g1 as a stable move, not heading towards some complications, unnecessary. But this is not an easy game. So Italy is doing quite fine, as I predicted, that it's not an easy matchup. Zhukova, Ukraine.
Oh, she has very interesting position.
How it happened. Okay, this is this line which is very popular. I suggest, Keti, that we make a short break. I will also go to the playing hall and make some quick scan.
Wave to our camera.
Yeah, but a quick scan to check is there anything interesting.
Sounds good.
we're back.
We're back, and this is European Team Chess Championship 2025 here in Batumi, Georgia. We just started. This is our first round, and so far everything looks quite promising. And it was our first time to go to the playing venue and to feel the situation. What is your take?
Yeah, actually, as I mentioned, when I'm inside, I feel this tension. There are many games, of course, top players. You are walking around. Suddenly you see Shirov, Mamedyarov is there, Adams. So it's really cool to be around. Of course, Giri, Fedoseev. So I'm always checking those games. I also went to ladies section. As I mentioned before, ladies are well determined. You feel that there is attention. I spotted one game, for example, Laura Unuk versus Ulvija Fatalieva. Ulvija was European champion in 24. So yeah, I see really already some interesting matchups. 9 rounds.
Very interesting situation. Very interesting to be inside the playing venue, and we're trying to get our viewers as close as possible, so we have these cameras in the playing venue to show. I loved to be in the playing venue. I actually took a little bit more time than I could, but I have met a lot of friends of mine are playing here, and it's always so good to meet them. I saw also, we earlier talked about this health situation of one of the players, and we actually guessed it right. There is an extra chair, small chair for Paitadze, who has his, he can rest his leg there, and it looks really nice. And what is very interesting, we already have few results, one decisive result and one draw as well, and this is only just actually 2 hours from the start, barely 2 hours from the start.
Yeah, I've noticed the same, but there are some, of course, draws, but I was a bit surprised to see that in Romania versus Georgia 3, right?
Yes, Georgia 3.
Then the David Gavrilescu, he's current Romanian champion. He was playing very well at the last European individual in his home country in Romania, but he managed to win in 70 moves. So let's get the board back. So let's see the moves. So let's show you how that game developed. So it was only 17 moves. It was Sicilian. I'm not familiar with his opponent. Can you help us a bit? Akaki,
He's a very young player, and I have seen him to the many tournaments, but I have to admit that I don't know them quite well, because this new generation, they are like quite strong. I'm a bit surprised that he lost so early, but as I said, maybe this is one of the best events he has played, and okay, to play against David is not so easy. He's 2600, right? 20, yeah. Almost 2600, 25.
5 something, but he's very strong. Let's get
sometimes things are not going on your way, right?
Let's see the board, let's see the moves to explain how the game went. Let's get the
and another game also has been ended in this match. So far Romania is leading 1.5 to half against Georgia.
Okay, so we have the board. So let's see the moves. E4, C5, knight F3, E6. It was Sicilian. It's sometimes tricky, Keti, to decide where to go, what to do against a stronger opponent. If you play Sicilian, they are really prepared, they know theory, but if you play sometimes something a little bit passive, then someone says you should be more aggressive. To get a draw, you need to threaten a bit something. So knight C6, queen C7, Taimano, bishop E3, A6. Also it's possible to go with knight F6. White is building this English attack line, which is popular. You play it yourself?
I play Sicilian from black side, but I don't play Taimano.
Taimano is very popular these days, and now came this A3 to stop bishop B4. Yeah, the idea is just to get a game. B5 takes, and now comes this Alpha 0 edge.
Love this.
Yeah,
love
everyone
this.
is playing this h4.
These days, yeah. Pretty nice. If I dare to play that when I was a child starting to play chess, I would be very much questioned by that. But these days we know that h4, this is a very nice move. Even though none of the black pieces are developed right now, this move can actually bother black side. And this plan is very simple to get as much space as possible. h5, h6 comes on the way.
Yeah, just to explain that, for example, in Sicilian you have in, let's say, some, I don't know, let's say e6, knight c3, knight c6, bishop e3, g4, they were like playing at some stage, knight f6, g4. But then they started to play g4 even
immediately,
without the knight. So here is the more or less similar case. So as you mentioned, Keti, so h4 has been played while the knight is still undeveloped. Before it was mainly against knight h7, knight g6.
Yeah, h5, h6 comes on the way, and if we just move few moves ahead, we will see another plan that White also carries here, rook h3. Very interesting. Now this rook gets on g3, and another piece on f8 will struggle to develop because we just pointed out that the g7 pawn is not guarded.
Yeah, this is very nice setup with White. As a stronger player, you really could be happy with the outcome of the opening. There is initiative, rook is coming, knight f6 played, and then e5.
And the bishop d4 is very interesting,
yeah,
but you need to take a little while here, White bishop d4, because this is so unnatural move, right, to play, but it actually opens the road for the rook, and the knight on c3 was hanging. And right now, if you take this knight, I can take with the bishop, I can take with the rook, and I'm just holding my position quite well.
Queen d3.
Ooh. Oh no, there was a knight. Oh no, there was a two moves
Rook
tactics.
c3. Rook c3 was missed. So queen d3, and now instead of taking on c3, with, I don't know, actually queen e4, just a slight plus for White. Okay, still a plus. Suddenly came this rook c8, and then when you take on e4, queen d4, he realized that rook c3 is dropping
The piece, and there is a pin, and you cannot do anything about it. Do you know how long here Black thought for rook to c8?
No.
You might think that he just blitzed it out. 9 minutes for this move, rook to c8.
Yeah, very painful blunder. Probably he was thinking that maybe sometimes when you have a piece still on the board, in your calculation you thought that the rook is protected. But here that was not the case, and here after bishop d4 check, and that's it. Very painful defeat for Black, but a smooth victory for White. Team captain of Romania, my friend Ivan Sokolovic, probably very happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, to win that kind of game, I think it's also important. I think David is sort of newcomer. Last time and before, as you know, a Romanian team members were Richard Rapport, Shevchenko, Kirill. Because of known reasons, they are missing now. So new members, Gavrilescu. I think he's capable to really make a good result in this event. So I think that for him it's very important to have this nice debut with the very smooth win, the fastest in the playing hall.
Yeah, I agree with that. We do have another result in the same matchup. The other game ended in a draw. So currently Romania leads 1.5 to half against Georgia 3. And besides that, I think the very important result has been fixed on the board of Germany against Denmark, and we do have a draw there. It's a bit of surprising result this early to have a draw, and now on the other three boards the things are quite shaky.
Okay, so
we do have also another draw, so maybe we can just take a look at the Germany against Denmark and check it out. That first game, that ended in a draw.
Okay, so it's Svane Rasmus versus Mats Andersen. Okay, Svane is higher rated, but with the black pieces. So we went away from this game around here.
Yeah.
I was thinking that this concept might be an idea to play for this light square strategy, this kind of, and then trying to play knight versus bishop, but white just wanted to call it a day, and being black.
It's not a bad result, right? To make a draw here with even with white pieces against first-seeded players, opponents, especially when before you make your decision, you always take a look what's happening to the other boards, right? Let's take a look now at the fourth board of the same match. Here, there is a very good chance that Denmark can score something.
Oh. Just to remind you, regarding the rules, it's a bit different. European Chess Union has different rules comparing to FIDE. So as a captain here, it's possible to ask your player to offer a draw or to accept a draw offer, while in Olympiads you're not allowed to do that. So here there is some kind of responsibility. For example, in this match, if you mentioned, as you mentioned, Keti, if white wins here, then 2 games left, Denmark would lead, so maybe
that can be the upset of a day.
Captain can maybe also start thinking already at some stage that his player offers a draw and so on. So let's check that game, what's going on here. So let's see. We can also combine it with the camera from that match, Germany versus Denmark, so that you could see the faces as well. And then you will get a bigger picture.
So another Sicilian in this game. Today is a day of Sicilian. We have it at all. And also, like, most of the players are white, having white shirts and white t-shirts, and they're trying to actually, I have barely seen anyone without the uniform. They are all of them dressed as a team.
As I have commentated a lot of times events with German players, they're very nice. Frederick can calculate so deep. Sometimes he has problems in the opening, but he's very skillful as well. You know, there are some players who tend to look that they're not like spending much energy. For example, Sergei Movsesyan springs to mind. I just met him at the playing hall. But Frederick is kind of player like Jubava, when you feel that they're like 100% in the game and that they're burning a lot of energy during the process. So he is the one who is always fully concentrated, barely stands up. And but he's also the one who is playing kind of chess, entering potential trouble. His brother is playing a little bit different, more safer. So I'm not surprised that the outcome of the second board is a draw, while here we have a mess. So Najdorf, e5, knight f3. Okay, this is typical way of playing a little bit more positional, and probably a good choice versus
pretty safe, yeah.
Okay, also queen c7 is a possibility to stop bishop c4. But bishop e7, castle, knight c6, the main line. Bishop f1, this is a little bit new concept. Usually people were playing like queen e2, I don't know, knight a5, or bishop e6, bishop e3, that kind of stuff. And now knight a5, played in many games of top players. Here, knight rook e1, it's a little bit modern way of treating this position, b4, and sacrificing. This is known from Kalashnikov Sicilian, which has the same concept. And Arjan Tari, during European Individual in Romania, was in the commentators in our studio, and he was mentioning that this kind of sacrifice is something which can be very dangerous, but it completely took off guard his opponent.
Oh, I never take the pawns like that in Sicilian. I take the pawns when I already know that my king is going to be checkmated, because it's always good to take as much pieces as possible, because if you survive, then you can win. But in here, it is very dangerous, and I'm quite surprised that he actually took the pawn on
the
e4.
same happened in Tari's game. And Tari said, but my opponent was probably unprepared. But this is tricky line. If white knows everything,
I'm just looking at the time situation here, and for the move knight e4 that Frederick played, he spent 28 minutes.
And took the pawn.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes, you know what is logic behind? I'm not aware of this concept. I'm under pressure. Let me at least with the material, under the pressure with some material in my pocket. So he took, probably taking on d5.
With the bishop, to give up the bishop, and this very typical idea of knight getting back on b8, coming back on d7, c5 is a nice square. You can also play somewhere like, I don't know if you want to play a5, knight a6. White can go with that, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, Keti, that in those kind of positions, you can see, guys, that these pawns, quote, pawns cannot go backward. It's very important, because now if the pawn was on b7, that would be like a normal Sicilian. But with the pawn on b4, after a5, white is getting some space for his bishops.
Yeah.
So here, this b5 actually doesn't help for this concept. It's other story when it's a long castle. But here, in positional way, pawn would be better on b7. That's what I think. After a5, I think white is slightly better. So he took the pawn.
He took the pawn. Bishop b6 is quite a logical move. Queen is under attack, and the knight is under attack, so it's double threat. So and only queen b8 saves the game. There other move, you're just losing the piece. Queen c8 or queen to d7. This just you are losing the knight. The queen b8 has been played, and now a5. White's play is very simple, and he was playing quite fast all these moves.
Yeah. So the point is, if you take on e4, bishop d5, queen d5, then queen b6.
Queen b6, right.
So white cannot take immediately. First, white needs to protect the bishop on a5, and then knight f6. Knight c7, all the best. Now the exchange is dropping. So Frederick is counting on Sicilian counter play with the d pawn. But yeah, if black manages to play a6, at some stage push d5, it's enough for compensation. But here,
it's something similar. Push the pawn on d5, and the bishop goes on b3. And this is the current situation right now. He's taking his time, and he's about to play. We can see him, and he went
bishop g4.
Bishop to g4, attacking the queen.
What do you think? How complicated for black it is? Let's say that we forgot some kind of computer simulation which is in white's favor. So black played bishop g4. He wants to maybe transfer bishop to h5 g6 to protect f7. So I'm having central pawns. Maybe it's not that bad as computer thinks, from human point of view. What do you think, Keti? I'm not sure how bad is it. Maybe just playable.
Maybe we can make some few moves to understand what's the situation. I was just thinking, like,
queen
how
d2
about,
maybe,
can I go f3 here, because the pawn on d5 is also hanging.
You can take on d5.
Yeah, I can definitely take on d5, because you can't pin this bishop back.
Yeah, but then there's tactics. You take, knight takes, queen takes, bishop takes. Now is there some tactics? Rook e5.
Too many bishops on the 5th rank. Knight can take it back as the queen is pinned.
But this is very tough to calculate. So I protect the bishop, a6.
There is the move here, h4, f4.
If I now, okay, this is a really mess. Do this g6. You must take this rook. Looks a little bit ridiculous. What's going on here? This is very hard to calculate. Very hard. So I'm not sure that that white will go for it. I'm really not sure. I believe, Keti, that after f3 that stable move.
You know what I don't like about this move? Something like h6,
Yeah.
kicking the knight, and then knights.
Okay, if you take,
Yeah.
I'm not sure that this is bad for white, maybe I'm wrong. Because king h1 and... Will you take on f3 or not? Maybe you have
Something like
something
d4.
else. Is there anything else instead of taking on f3? Maybe you can play e4 or something. Maybe we can go with the camera.
Yeah, very
to
interesting
play
situation,
full
right?
screen, full
And
screen.
this actually favors more Danish players, I suppose.
Let's go with the full screen with the previous camera. Okay, you could see a bit the playing hall, but now we are back to our game. So after bishop g4,
It's white is still taking some time.
white is still thinking.
And look at the time, 27 minutes, and they have played 20 moves. Do you think that we might step in some time trouble in this game?
Frankly speaking, if I would be white and calculating your concept with f3 and bishop d5, I would really like burn 20 minutes. Now the main thing is here, okay, white player is 2460, something like that, so he's not the top grandmaster. Those top grandmaster can delve deep very fast. So maybe he will be confused and spend some time. From my point of view, f3, bishop d5 stuff is really hard to calculate. I would go for queen d2 probably. I don't know, is there another option like queen d3 or something like that, and then queen g3, but h6 also comes at some point. So let's put it this way, Keti. f3 or queen d2?
f3 for sure, because f3 wins the time. Queen d2 allows your opponents to have.
I'll go
some
for
more
queen
time.
d2. I'll go for
Same.
queen d2, guys. So we will leave you a bit. We will come back. So Keti says f3,
Yeah.
queen d2. We will immediately know our shape.
Because I have a feeling that also when it comes to my game, I will not have another chance, especially with a strong player. And if this is the momentum, we have to definitely use it. Because, you know, I don't like this pawns on d5 and e5. They are quite tricky. If you are not careful, they can start to roll and have some serious, you know, space advantage to black.
Yeah, maybe our Danish viewers could help us. I'm not so familiar about Bjorn. I would say that this might be his He's
31-year-old and born in 1994, and yeah, this is also my first time I see him, but he's a grandmaster, so probably he's a member of the team for.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this is his debut, maybe, or that he was not playing before. So maybe our Danish viewers could help us. If you are like playing for the first time, either you can go in two directions. One direction is that you might be nervous, you want to be safe. Second way would be, this is my moment.
Yeah.
I can be hero.
Yeah,
I'm on big
this
stage.
should be everyone's. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on big stage. Let's go for F3.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah. So, of course, we are not here to criticize someone's decisions. We are just trying to give you some emotion and drama. But whatever he opts, it's normal. But F3 is something we would love to see.
But it is quite demanding move because you are weakening the king, and
yeah.
is he going to play?
So I'm more.
If you are here with black pieces, if you're in the shoes of Frederick, what is the move you don't want to see? F3 or Queen D2?
Actually, Queen D2 is giving me tougher time because then I need to make a positional judgment. Will I take on F3? Allow you two bishops, light squares very weak, while F3 games just takes me, and I need to calculate. But I'm there. I'm going that direction. While after Queen D2, I need to decide what to do next. Should I stay with my bishop? Should I push E4, take on F3? So I believe that Frederick would say, okay, F3 and let's calculate. And he's extremely good in calculation. Now I think, as sometimes I'm so shocked, Keti, you know, after the match when they entered the studio, the amount of calculations.
Yeah, it's incredible. It is incredible, really, how deep they are calculating all these variations.
What I see that they are playing this year without Donchenko. He's a very strong grandmaster.
That's right. He's not here. I don't know the reasoning because I don't also see him in the other events. But yeah, it's quite limited, right? These team competitions. You just need 4 players to be there.
I think he dropped some rating. You can check. I think he was 2660, maybe even 2680, but he's Donchenko. Oh. Yeah. Alexander, yep.
He is currently 2641.
Okay, which is quite good. So that was not an easy decision for the team.
Yeah, very close.
Okay,
very close.
Frederick was second in the European Championship. So my point was that, if Alexander was here, that of course Germany would also be very strong. But funny thing, after some game, he was mentioning that his parents, Alexander's parents, are chess players, maybe FM something, and they were asking him after the game, why didn't you play G4 at some stage or something like that, or G5? And then he was showing the line.
Oh.
Bravo, Keti.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
We need to see this.
Guys, this is an expert. I'm here just to show some lines. Bravo, Keti. F3.
I love this move.
So
I don't know. I don't know. Yes. It's tricky. It's very tricky.
Yeah, just to say that the amount of things you need to see when you're just watching the game with computer, he said it was crazy. And Frederick, I have a feeling, in that kind of player who can go up together with the computer lines.
Yeah. And what about this G4 and the Donchenko?
Yeah, so he said that his parents were asking, why didn't you play G4? Yeah. And then he was showing the line of 25 moves with only moves, which leads to a draw. And then he said, yeah, but because I didn't see it. I didn't see it. How couldn't you see it?
Yeah.
So, F3 played. How is the situation in other games in that match.
We have to check the first board as well. Vincent Kemlar.
Vincent is outplaying Jonas, or at least there was a mistake. Last move is mistake. Queen G3. Queen F8 was played.
Yeah.
So
Queen G3 is not correct move. I don't actually understand why is that.
So this is the position. Okay, White wants to play the endgame because Bishop is stuck a bit, double pawns, and Black avoided that exchange, but now White will be able to press. So it means that this queen is quite important on the diagonal, not allowing knight to jump, and also rook g6, rook h6 stuff. So while after queen g3, White is in driving seat and controlling a lot of squares.
Yeah, Jonas is the player that me personally and a lot of people remembers from the GCL season 1. That was the most incredible final that you could ever imagine in the chess tournament. I thought that this event would never end because we had always the tie breaks and draw until the last one, and that was one of the best moments in the chess world that Jonas created.
From 0 to hero, but of course not from 0, but he was playing a really bad, but at
he
some
had
stage,
a very tough tournament. He was losing the games, but then at the right moment when the team needed, he stepped in and he won. Because of him, they won the title. So that was one of the craziest moments in the chess.
and the
the third
board?
one, yeah, let's see that too.
We left around here. Knight c4 was played. Kolarz dropped some rating, but he's back. A European individual was a really tough tournament for him, while for other Germans was very good. Blubam became the European champion, Svane silver medalist, while Dimitri was really struggling. But here, okay, very interesting. It looks that Black is fine, but long term it's easier to play it with White. So what will happen? White will probably... Okay, there are two options. I can take on b5, knight e4, queen e4, and let's say queen d6, bishop d3, g6, and now some move like knight c4, let's say. This kind of position. So, of course, engines will always say that it's very fine for Black, but long term it's easier to play with the blockade.
Yeah.
But maybe it's not
and the
easy.
opposite color bishops are not necessarily always a draw. I've won so many games because my opponents lost the interest and they thought it was just a draw. And I have won several games actually with that. And this can carry on because there are also queens and rooks on the board. I would like to suggest a game that might end very soon, and it's a very good example.
Let's check it.
This is the England-Sweden. We can go directly to the board of 3, where we have Gwen Johns with white pieces against Trost Edwin. And we have this final moment.
Yeah, Gawain is a very interesting player. I'm not surprised that...
We all know what happens when you have a pin on the weaknesses on the board. So this is very nice showcase game.
So queen b3 was played. Very interesting that Edwin took. I think we have them on the camera. England versus Spain, England versus Sweden. So we can go with the camera to that match. Yes, you could see them. Gawain is just making a move. Knight c3. Knight
and look at that, the pin on f6 with knight from b1 into moose jumped on e4, and now rook gets also lifted on the 3rd rank, and rook f3 will just add extra power on f6.
Yeah, he has all the time in the world. And rook f3. I mean, we might have a resignation. So let's go full screen with this camera. So let's see them closer.
It's interesting, this latest move h3. Of course, it's very nice move like that. But do you think that he decided to play like this because he's anyway winning the knight? Or it was some kind of calculation that he was considering not to save to have the king?
Yeah, there is an idea maybe of rook c4.
Yeah.
Rook c4 with the back rank motif. So he was just safe. I see Rajabov behind him. So Gawain is playing
very nice.
Very well.
Nice.
Now, in this kind of event, to have aggressive player like him, it's very, very good.
We're visiting the Team England David Howell, which is also quite famous commentator and very strong grandmaster that usually plays this kind of events. And I think even this lineup, to have also a youngster in the team, it's even more dangerous for many of the teams.
Okay, today they are resting Luke McShane. Very strong player, of course. England is a super strong team. Of course, they are giving chance to their newest grandmaster, who is playing board number 4. Royal is newcomer, but quite a strong player. Although you could see that he's struggling a bit. It looks slightly better for white, but maybe nothing is wrong there. Opposite colored bishops, as you mentioned. Keti, I see our Stefana Milutinovic or Radovanovic. I don't know, has she changed her surname? She got married to an IM from Serbia, and Stefana is doing a lot of good stuff for ECU. She's taking photos. We see Giri walking around and Gawain Jones standing up. But what's typical, we see Mickey Adams sitting, although his opponent is on the move. This is typical. He's the one who doesn't like to walk a lot. The pin, quite annoying for black.
Yeah, very nice. And look at this, a sip of water, enjoying the position, enjoying the piece. There will be a game over very soon for Janis in this game. And
yeah, I think Edwin is
nice
about to resign. I don't know.
Yeah. There is a very interesting situation. Maybe we can take a look at that. Lithuania against Armenia on the board 3. We also might have some resignation, and there might be a quite upsetting result, as the rating difference between those two players are 100 points. So this is Paulis against Gabriel Sargsyan. Gabriel Sargsyan is a player that we know, we have him on the screen for many years, and he's struggling in this position, and that's the position you don't want to have at all. And I can see that his teammates are quite shocked as well to see that position.
Okay, thanks for that, Keti. Listen, to see Gabriel being outplayed so easily, resignation. Let's go full screen.
Oh.
Yeah, Paulius is a very good player.
He's 23 years old only, grandmaster from Lithuania. Wow.
Yeah, let's go full screen with this camera to see it a little bit closer. There are some players like Pultinevicius who are capable of winning against top seed. Gabriel is barely losing, so this is maybe one of the biggest upsets for Armenia
the board.
For a long.
Must be very upset, and that actually brings everyone, the other 3 boards of Armenia, on a spot to win this very important first round. They are heavily. I think this is the first line team, right? All of them played, and yeah, Lithuania has quite strong young team. We can see them. Most of them are at the age of 20, 24, 5. This is very important victory for Lithuania.
Yeah, let's get the board back so we can discuss the games from that match. So first board is Valery Kazakovsky versus Shan Sargsyan, and here it's a mess. Although it looks that black is fine with this bishop on g6. This bishop is the key piece. White is already low on time. On second board, Martirosyan. Okay, white is probably slightly better, or it's equal. But black is not in danger, I believe. And we have fourth board where Hakobian seems to be outplaying his opponent.
We have to rush back to the game of Germany against Denmark.
Let's go to Germany.
2. Mats Andersen against Dimitri Kollars. Andersen just made a brilliant move.
Knight b5 was played, the move I was mentioning, and then
Knight d3, rook takes d3. Now there's a problem on the back rank, and black goes with queen to a5.
So knight b5 was a mistake, actually. I was mentioning this move, but I didn't see. No, which move I mentioned in this position? I mentioned bishop b5. That was my option.
Yeah.
So he took knight b5 and then knight d3. Oh,
there's no
this
chance.
Is the move. The move, giving.
Oh my goodness, that's game over for white.
Giving the queen and prize. Let's go with the camera to the match.
We
need to see this Germany versus
here.
Denmark. Quickly, this queen a5 is a real game. Fascinating move, and now Kollars is in complete despair, and we might see Germany losing the match. What a move. Let's go full screen.
And we also have a board 4 here.
With the mess.
Look at him. He's not comfortable in his position. We can see that.
The point is back rank motive. Keti already say many instructive examples for our viewers who want to learn. We have the pin in Gavin Jones. Here we have back rank motive. But it's a bit strange that grandmasters are blundering. Or at least...
They are also people.
Humans.
Yeah, they're also humans. And that's a very, very, very pity for Team Germany. Move knight to b5, move 21. He spent 13 minutes. Again, this is not a fast move you played in seconds, right? He spent 13 minutes and then he made this move. That was a pure blunder.
What a turnaround. I know that, as I mentioned, Denmark, Sweden, these are the teams you don't want to see in the first round because they have this experience of being tough opponents. So Keimer is pushing versus Bjerre, but at the same time, we will see a lost position or like resignation on the Board
Do you know
number 3.
after move F3 on the board 4, there is still no move, and Frederick is still considering what's his next
So
move.
he's thinking for like
He's
20
thinking,
minutes,
yes.
maybe a little bit less?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's down to 18 minutes, and we can see him, he's in some action.
So Gustafsson is probably very worried at the moment. Although it's interesting, Gustafsson, if I'm not mistaken, he has some Denmark
Works.
connection.
Can
Yeah.
be, yeah.
So Frederick is now the one who needs to save his team, while at the same time Vincent needs to score.
Oh, wow. And on the board 4, this is the gestures that you have when you know that it's done and you don't have much of the choices. And he's just losing a piece. There's no any way to save that game. Wow.
Frederick is now going very deep. He can calculate for like 10 moves ahead, but this is really hard to grasp. Sometimes you're happy, you make a move and you leave your opponent to calculate for you, because it's really hard to go so far. But believe me, I know him, he's now going into crazy details.
Right.
And
And
at the same
Vincent.
time, Kamer is pushing, he's forcing this queen's exchange, but hang on, was it right to go for the queen's exchange?
I think he has something planned, and after taking,
Have a feeling that,
yeah.
that he misplayed it a bit, that this is only slightly better for white instead of going for more.
wow, what a start of the first round, right?
Yeah.
We have already quite, even though Germany, first seeded team, can still win this match, in case the first and the last board wins, it's
Yeah.
a possibility, but that's a huge what if.
So classical chess is not that? Not
No.
yet?
No, never.
Yeah, we're having so many interesting games. It's really hard in that kind of event. It's really hard to follow, because we have, as I mentioned, Shiro and the guys of huge career, and we cannot follow everything. We have
That's
women
right.
events as well. So what's going on?
I wanted to suggest to check it out how Anish Giri is doing on the first board. We had quite nice starts.
So let's add
Check it out.
a chessboard so that we can show the moves. We can stay with the camera here, because let's see if callers. Just one thing, Keti. Let's say that you're callers and you want to keep the game going. What's the scenario? Where can you go?
Yeah,
So
that's
you
a
are
good question.
actually abandoning.
There's still
the knight.
d6 pawn on the board.
Okay, so let's say that you go queen d somewhere, d2, takes, and takes on d4. Is it a scenario, although it's only 2 pawns? Okay, he has made a move. Queen d1, okay, similar concept. Queen b5 takes. What a nice move, this queen a5.
Brilliant.
Kudos to Mats. And yeah, rook d4, so he just...
Yeah. Look at Vincent also, just observing the situation.
And sometimes...
Usually Anish Giri is also everywhere where something is happening, and I was like, maybe it's his move now, that's why he's not around. We can see also a lot of
I
players
see
coming
Sebastian
around.
Mazet coming, captain of French team. I saw Fressinet and him today, and we already scheduled paddle match, because we won't play
nice.
tennis, but we will play paddle. They already played it yesterday. There are some courts around this hotel,
Yeah. There are
so we will play. Regarding this situation, sometimes you're playing for your team, and you cannot follow all the time your teammates and you see a final outcome, and then you need to ask your friends afterwards or during the game to check the score sheet to realize what happened, and you realize, he has blundered.
Yeah.
I know. Queen a5. So here, black will now play something like, I don't know.
Also,
Rook
there
D8
there are the monitors in the playing venue, so the players can also just observe this from any point of the room, and very often when they see something interesting, they want to check it out on the board, and they always want to check out how the players are reacting. That's the best thing about over the board chess. You see your opponent, you see the reactions, and very often you can just easily evaluate the position according to your opponent's reactions and the feelings.
It seems that Netherlands is doing great, but let's go to check this game. So knight b6 was played, knight h2 on e5, sacrificing the exchange, and Giri went for it. No, he didn't. He played queen d8, queen e7, and he's a pawn down, but with splendidly organized pieces. Although it's still unclear. Knight h being only 9 minutes on the clock. Then we have next one is Jordan van Forest. He's better. Much better?
Much better.
Same goes for their fourth board when Lamy is having fabulous position. Opposite colors bishops. I think it's sort of game over, and we can check the board number 3. Maybe we should add the camera, because now I think colors will move on with his game. Let's add the camera. Netherlands versus Bulgaria. And
here we have them.
We can add a board as well. Petkov versus Warmerdam. Not clear what's going on. So how is the situation? Giri, unclear. Jordan, pressing. Erwin, close to winning. And this game is still unclear.
The Netherlands looks quite
they
nice.
Look quite nice. That's why Jan Smets is walking around, not focused too much about his match. Now he's coming back. Let's move on. Let's go with the camera to another match, Hungary versus Georgia. So we left around here in Leko versus Tsatsalashvili.
Do you know, I have a funny story about Peter Leko. There was the Italian team championships, and I was doing the commentary there, and Peter was playing on the first board. And then in the evenings we were always playing some games, fun games, in the bar, and we were playing Bug House, or Crazy House. So we were always mixing, like changing the boards and so on. So it happened that I played against Peter. It was many, many years ago. And I was like, oh my God. And I started to text my friend about that. I was totally like a fun girl at that moment. And during the game, I was like texting to my friends in the group, and it's like, OMG, OMG, I'm playing against Peter Leko. And they're like, send us the photo. And then when this day ended, then next day it was a breakfast time or some like meal time, and we were talking. And I told him about this. I admitted that moment, and he was like, yes, I was thinking, wow, this girl is very confident. He's playing against Peter Leko, and she's also texting to someone. And I was like, oops, he also noticed that. But these kind of moments, to have an opportunity to play against like legends like Peter, it's like super, super nice, and he's an amazing person as well.
Yeah, I just told him at the plane the same thing, that I recall World Youth Championship in 1994. So from Subotica he moved to Szeged, I'm not sure, let's say. So there is a city Szeged in Hungary, and there was European Individual Youth Championship. I was playing under 12 as a Croatian champion, and he was playing. He was already a star. He was playing under 16. Yeah. He was a grandmaster or around. He was a main star at the event. And second one was Peter Svidler. Okay. Two Peters. Peter won in under 18. I think Leko won under 16. And when I saw him for the first time, that was also something, oh, this guy is playing versus like Korchnoi and top players. So for me at that point, I just remind him of that. That was
very
like,
nice and very funny.
Yeah, he was already a big star being like 15 years old.
And also there were like other Peters there too, so it was very difficult to which Peter. So he said like Peter the Great is me, and Peter the other.
Nice sense of humor.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And he's a big fan. You know of which sport?
Which sport?
He's a big fan of handball.
Handball.
Yeah, okay. He's following handball a lot. Hungary is well known. They have a really good club, Veszprém and some others, and he's the one who is following. And we won. Croatia won versus Hungary. I think it was quarterfinal at the World Handball Championship in January in Croatia. It was at the same time during Vajkanze. He was there with Kamer because he's his coach, second, whatever. And immediately he congratulated me and say, "You have a good team," and so on. So he's following. He's a big fan of.
I have just remembered another funny story about him. In Qatar Masters, he was the coach of Salem. And Salem was playing, he wasn't playing, and he was it was a huge stadium, he was in the spectators area, and I saw him out of nowhere jumping over the seats, like not just running, but like running and jumping from the stairs. And I thought that he will just fall down and like break something. But he said that he wanted to catch up with Salem, and he was running all over the stadium to catch him. And it was just like so strange to see that moment. But yeah, as you mentioned earlier, he's not only just a good chess player and the legend, but he also is quite funny. Very easy to talk, and also he has amazing sense of humor. I think that makes it very interesting when he's doing chess commentary. He's just joking all the time. May I suggest a game which is very interesting and can be another maybe a very fast result. This is same again at the Armenia against Lithuania. Not necessarily the upset, but it's a very nice motive. That
let's just add something. I got in chat a comment. We got it. I saw it that so Bjorn played in European 2023 in Budva, 4 draws, 2 losses. Okay, so he has some experience on this level. Regarding this match, let's get the board back. So Peter is playing Queen and the Knight, as I mentioned, this Capablanca's duo. So let's get the board. So you could see that he's trying to set up a blockade. Slightly better position for White. It won't be easy for his opponent to defend here, although Michael is a good player. He can, of course, hold it on a good day. Banush seems to be playing very good game, and he is pushing versus Nicolosi, and in that match Sugiro versus Jobava is, hang on, 2 knights. Come on, Badur is completely winning, so sorry for not going to your game, but it seems that Jobava is...
Oh, wow.
Let's go back with the camera to Georgia versus Hungary, just to check with the camera how Badur is doing, because it seems that Sanan is dead lost. Yeah, Badur is quite happy. So what happened here? So we left around here. Okay, this is normal. Okay, normal. White is slightly better, I would say. Yep. G3 maybe unnecessary move, but okay, also normal. Oh, blunder. Bishop went to h6.
Oh.
He forgot about bishop c3, rook e2.
And two bishops are hanging now.
Yeah, and now after bishop g7, just takes and takes and piece up. So he needed to take on e2, and now he's dead lost. So very strange
So
blunder.
many blunders, right? Like two moves blunders, not like heavy tactics or anything.
Yeah, to win that kind of game so easily, it's surprising. And in that match, on the last board, we have Alojzije, who was pushing a bit, no, okay, not pushing, but sort of getting
Very
a normal
solid,
game, yeah. And it seems to me that not much has changed. It will be probably a draw. So
what that makes the overall result?
That means that Leko should, okay, Banush is slightly better versus Kačarava. Leko is slightly better versus Tsatsalashvili. That means that they need to squeeze at least in one and maybe even two, yeah. It's not easy to make two out of three on those three boards. I think it's very hard.
Not so easy, yeah.
You mentioned Armenia.
Yeah, Armenia, there was one very interesting sequence.
Armenia versus Lithuania, okay.
Yeah, board one.
Okay.
Yeah, just recently, before last move that has been played, queen to h3. Here, black made this beautiful move, f3, just breaking through the position. But the main idea is that when you take this pawn, let's say knight takes, which is good-looking move.
Rook f3.
Rook takes f3, pawn takes, and rook h4,
yeah,
and you have to give up your queen. And this can be a good comeback for Team Armenia, because right now Team Lithuania is a point ahead. So very fast here, white decided to play queen to h3, and that allows black to complicate the
Very
situation.
nice. Once again, our very instructive example for our tactical clinic. F3, very nice. So one knight f3, once again, takes, and Germans would say Damenfang. So
Means
queen is lost. So here after f3, queen h3 was played, and then g4, and Shant is in winning position almost. In that match, how about other boards? We have Martirosyan, slightly worse, but probably in a drawing margin. Probably it's a draw. And
last board seems like Armenia.
Yeah, okay, so Armenia will recover from that loss, I believe. Yeah. Gawain Jones is still playing. The game is still in progress. So, no, he won, sorry. He just won. So there was a resignation. Any interesting game? Maybe we should switch to
so
women's section.
It's so hard to track it down, all of them. You guys can check it out if you're interested. European Team Chess Championships, the games are all over the platforms, but there is a 15 minutes delay due to the fair play regulations. We have not much seen upsets in the women tournament, right? Earlier you mentioned about Laura Onuk against Olivia Fataleva, and the game has been already ended by Olivia winning the game.
Yeah, she was playing very well in Grand Swiss.
Oh, she's just a fantastic player. Yes, I thought that she would be at all these Grand Prix and all the top level events.
Yeah, let's go first with the camera to women's section, to match number 1 with the full screen to see the situation.
I can suggest a game actually. Yeah. In the women's section, we can go to check Nurgul Salimova, who is on fire for the last few years, against Lada Zelbova. We have a incorrect move right now happening, and let's check it out. What is the punishment of that move that black can have?
Okay, so let's find that game. Let's bring the board.
This
so
is
it's
Bulgaria.
we don't have them live on the camera.
Okay.
So Salimova is playing with the black pieces, and it seems that it's a checkmate.
Yeah.
So around here, black started with her action.
Yeah, and this move b3 was the inaccuracy here that weakens a lot all the dark squares on the queen side. So after b3, I wonder if black played queen to a5. That's the correct move, right? She played, yeah, it's a brilliant move. So she's sacrificing the bishop on c4, but she wants to get that rook on a6, and there will be the checkmate threats on a2. Still sacrificing this bishop, and now she also sacrificed the knight.
Very nice. This
that's
bishop,
a beautiful
bishop
game.
a2.
Oh my goodness,
The only
this is a
move,
beautiful
yeah.
one.
So she needed to calculate this. Fantastic. And if you take rook takes c2 with the checkmate. Okay, so let's go to our main boards. So what's going on here? So as we mentioned before, it's not an easy match. Nino is very low on time, but is she winning? Yeah, she's exchange up.
It's never easy match when it comes to Georgia 1 against Georgia 2. But yeah, they are still slight favorites, the main team. Nino has extra exchange now, about her time, 4 minutes, and how many moves they have played?
29.
Third. Okay, so that's quite safe.
Yeah, and then we have board number 2. Lela seems to be completely dominating versus Inga. Board number 3, Bela Kotenashvili is pushing versus Sopiko, but still it's not so simple. And the last board, Arabidze. Will it be a checkmate? Let's go with the camera to the match, Georgia versus Georgia, because we have different. This is Ukraine, and here we have a decisive result in Ukraine.
Zhukova and Natalia won her game against Veronica.
Yeah. So regarding this match, so Maria Arabidze is winning, but okay, still it's not so simple. And others, okay, Georgia 1 is in a good position. Mary just plays c6, she will exchange the queens, and she has better pieces, blocking opponent's passers, having free pass pawns herself. Good position. Let's move on. So next match, we can go with the camera. How is Italy doing versus Poland? Is Alina able to find something? Marina is very experienced in those kind of structures. Black is slightly better, but still it's far away from anything tangible.
Yeah, nothing much actually in this position.
Okay,
they will
dominating with the A file. It's still some advantage, but no clear weaknesses.
We can go actually to the next board, the same match. Here we have Alexandra Maltevska against Elina Sedina. And here white has quite nice space advantage.
So it went this way. Okay, white is ready to launch an attack.
Yeah, I think
It's very tough position for black. Some h6 will be pushed. at
h6
some,
is very, very strong.
yeah, at some stage, maybe not immediately. And we have board number 3, where Zimina versus Kilbasa. What happened in the game? We were following till some point, so g4. Looks much better for white. Bishop g2 may be unnecessary move, I'm not sure. It looks to me. Now it's probably only slightly better for white, not more. Yeah, maybe Olivia will survive this one. Maybe now it's better for black. It seems that,
just
yeah.
a5 and something like a4, try to open up the a file, and if you don't do that, then your bishop on d2 will be just stuck among its pawns. This is quite pleasant for black. We shall go to the last board. This is more...
Claudia is always playing interesting.
Yes,
I know her.
it's always so fun to see her games.
So, this is the position. But her opponent is on 20 seconds. Let's go full screen. Maybe we would be able to see the clock as well.
Yes, 17 now.
How many moves? 2 more moves.
And...
Will she make it? 9, 8,
oh my goodness,
7,
6.
Okay, so she did.
Bishop.
Played on the last 4 seconds.
Bishop to e3.
Yep.
There's a check on the back.
Which is not ideal, giving a check to your opponent, because
The
it's forcing
next
the
move is,
matters,
yeah,
yeah.
you know exactly what to do next. Still, she's still thinking.
Mikhail Marin behind.
So this is the last move before the increment, right?
No, 2 more moves.
Two
So
more
one
moves.
move and played on last 6 seconds. And now Claudia needs to make some move which will force her opponent at least to spend some time. I see Rajabov walking behind.
She has 30 minutes on the clock, right? Wow,
Ah.
half an hour more than. She
Yeah,
already
yeah.
got maybe?
No.
Oh, she's very fast. Yeah, she has plenty of time here. And I think after this match, we shall go back to the game of Germany-Denmark. It's getting very interesting there.
Also, we forgot to say that Rasmus and Frederick, they have Danish origin in that match. Yeah, Svane's brothers. So that's also very interesting. Today, quite an interesting matchup. Germany versus Denmark. So, what's going on? Vincent pushing, but still it's far from obvious. Then we have board number 3, Kolar's dead lost. I think it's time to resign, because now it's obvious that he's dead lost without any effort from his opponent. Queen e5 was played. Once again, nice tactics. Rook c1. I love it. Deflection, and that's basically it. He's making
extra bishop for only just 1 pawn, so that's not hard.
On this level, it should be enough. I'm joking. Of course, even on lower level, it's more than enough, but Dimitri is playing
He has to
by
play,
inertia, but
he has to play probably this position, but he has to play.
So,
the last board, this is still
Bishop e6, so
question.
Frederick was not able to calculate all the mess, starting with Bishop h5, so he went for Bishop e6. And now f4 played. This is a mess. And this will for sure be
White has
severe
2 minutes
time
on
trouble.
the clock.
Yeah.
Sorry, Black has 2 minutes on the clock.
Maybe we can go full screen.
Sounds good, yeah.
Yeah, you will see the clock as well, because now it will become super serious.
Yeah, we can see all the eyes are going to the last board right now, because pretty much the third board is clear. And yeah. What's the idea? Will he take now the bishop on e6? Probably that's the way White can proceed this position, and then take the pawn on e5. He's getting all the materials now. And wow, this is actually pretty interesting. 23 moves. White has 10 minutes, and Black has 2 minutes only until the time control. So 17 more moves to be played in 2 minutes. That's not the best scenario here.
Not at all. I see Jordan Faforez coming, Mamedjarov, so they realize that something is going on in this match.
White can take the pawn on e5 right away, or White can first take the bishop on e6 and then take the pawn on e5, but clearly the pawn on e5 is hanging. I was a bit surprised of the decision of Frederick that he also gave up the pawn now on e5.
Yeah, also one thing we forgot to mention, that here unfortunately there is no Norway, which is a bit surprising. They were always playing, of course, with Magnus. They were super strong, but yeah, there are several reasons they are not present, but we clearly miss their lineup here.
Oh, that's actually right. We're missing Magnus. And
Magnus was playing in the last European teams, 23.
Probably Tari as well.
Yeah, Tari. Amar, who's now in junior, I think in top 20 or something, top.
That's right. So 13 minutes, is it there? No, it's 8 minutes for White here in this position. And Black has exactly 2 minutes on the clock. Yeah, well, when it comes to the team competition, probably it's much easier to somehow get over the result, right? Because they are spending time together after the game, they're analyzing, they're talking, and this might be just not that bad scenario to lose in the first game, and we still have many more games to come. It's 9 rounds, so.
Yeah, and many teams have experienced players. They know how to play bad, how to survive after playing bad, but also not to get too excited by playing super well. But in general, it's a really great event. So many games, so many players to follow, and team event gives some extra motivation for many. Also, it's typical, we have some players here, but we cannot follow all. For example, Giga Koparadze, who plays like instantly. Okay, so we have exchange on e6. And now Bjorn needs to decide. Okay, he will take on e5, of course, but after knight will be moved, he needs to decide how to play on. So he will take on e5. This is obvious. I don't know why he's thinking. Is there anything else instead of taking on e5? Am I missing something? Yeah, Gustafsson
No.
is at the board now. So why not to take on e5? Yeah, he's taking. Knight will go somewhere. d7, e4, not an easy. e4 looks like the best move, but Frederick is very long time.
I think Vincent has really good chances now to win that endgame.
Versus Jonas, yeah?
Yeah, Jonas might just played a little bit careless in that position. And Vincent is about to win a pawn.
Just to remind our viewers that Vincent was almost qualified to the candidates, but then he misplayed a winning position versus Matthias Blubom, blundering this knight g3 trick in the end game. That might influence this game a bit. So he might be more cautious than before, not to blunder like the last time and allow his opponent to save lost position. Here he's a pawn up, clear pawn up, but still it's not so simple to win. So Vincent will need to show some good technique. Here Frederick is getting to last seconds. He's shaking a bit,
what an eye
steering,
contact.
yeah.
Less than a minute, 25 moves, 15 more moves to be played. This is a heavy time pressure on black. Queen a7 check. Yeah, white can play very fast
king
now.
h1.
King h1. And shall white go for black go somewhere like knight e4,
knight e4
knight f2, he's going for that. Ooh, can white just take this knight and take the pawn on e6 with a check?
Yeah, that's...
Because you have extra exchange. It's always good to think about how to give it back and still have the better position. Is that the only move actually, rook to e4 now?
Probably, you're right.
Knight f2 is coming on the way.
Rook e4 and then queen to g4, let's say something like that.
Yeah, he's still taking some time. Yeah, this is a very good chance for Bjorn to win. Very important first round.
Rook takes about to be played. I wouldn't expect anything less than half a minute. Half a minute maximum he will spend. That would be...
Yeah, because this is pretty forced move to do. You don't have anything else to do. You can consider to give up your exchange with allowing knight to f2, but you are not getting anything back. So rook to e4 is pretty much forced move.
Yeah,
maybe he has to play this move right away.
For our chess fans following this broadcast, beginners, there is a well-known smothered mate. So if black start checking, there is a queen sacrifice and checkmate with the knight. I guess many of you are familiar with this concept. We can just show it. Let's show it. Let's get the board back just for a second. So here, if after knight e4, white plays something like rook f1, knight f2, but of course here it drops the queen. No, let's say queen
c1.
Queen c1. Thanks, Keti. That's right. There is this checkmating concept, and you sacrifice the queen. Rook needs to take, and there is this smothered mate, which is nice. Okay, let's go back with the full board camera view.
So it is impossible to stop this knight getting on f2, and what white did, and it's actually correct, he gave up the exchange now back, and he weakened the pawn on e6, and also pawn on e4 is pretty weak itself. So white can just take the pawn on e6 right now, or first move the queen away, queen to e2 or queen to g4. And yeah, this is not so good. Also the material, white will have extra pawn. Yeah, white will have an extra pawn.
Yeah, if now Frederick would be white, I would, of course, think that he will win this game. But the thing is, now Bjorn, he's playing versus 2640. Sometimes you expect miracles from your opponent. So that psychological thing might also be of importance in the meantime. So as you mentioned, Vincent is pushing, but it's still not clear will he able to win. Giri, Najdic, this is a mess. They are low on time. Jordan is winning, and Erwin Lamy already won the game. Leko pushing a bit. Banush has misplayed it, and now he's not better versus Kačarava. Jobava winning. Gledura, Pajčadze. So it looks that Georgia might win versus Hungary, or at least make a draw.
Yeah, there can be actually another big upset because Hungary being seated third in this lineup. Yeah, but Georgian guys are quite underrated, to be honest.
Shreyas has made a draw. I see Frederick checking Vincent's game.
With only 2 minutes on the clock. And white is also burning some time from his clock, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. At some point he has to speed up here.
Yeah. I saw some interesting matches briefly. Serbia, there is an interesting encounter between Ivic and Draškovic. It seems that Draškovic is outplaying Ivic with the black pieces, and they already have a draw in the game. Yeah, Queen G4 played. In the game, Nikita Petkov
Queen D4
versus Sarana.
Ah, okay, that's actually funny. If you take now the pawn on e6 and then knight on c6, that's a blunder because you have a checkmate on the back rank.
Again, this back rank motif. So Queen e6 will be taken, and then opening the king.
Yeah, probably h3.
Kollars is still playing, but it's super obvious what will happen there.
When you are playing in a team competition and you have this situation like Kollar has, like you are just pissed down, it's just a matter of the time. Are you resigning or you're carrying on for your team?
Okay, I managed to hold some miracles in my career because then you started to be happy with like small things that your opponent allows you some activity or something, but here I really don't see anything. So I would just resign. Yeah.
Okay.
Queen A1, Queen A5, the move. Big kudos to
very beautiful.
Yeah. To Mats, really beautiful combination. H3 played, maybe taking on E6 was a little bit more to the point, but this is also understandable. Fredericks likes to be
he likes to
emotional
himself,
during the time trouble. He tends to spend a lot of time making moves even in the last second. There was some situation where last second moves were played.
This game is actually quite interesting and very important because Bjorn Oshner has to be quite precise, because if he's not winning this game, then Vincent is very dangerous. He has much better position now in the end game, and he might have a good chance to win. Or maybe not. Shall we go to the game of Vincent against Jonas?
Let's get the board back. So what's going on there? Yeah, white is better, but maybe it's not possible to win this game. Because this activity is super strong. King is ready to march. So white needs to activate his king. But how? If you go f3, probably I just start rolling my king. Doesn't look good for white at all. Maybe it's time that he thinks about making a draw. So this knight d2 was strange. Why didn't he play something like bishop f3? Maybe knight e1 or something. He was afraid of that, but even like this, knight f3, g takes.
Yeah, knight is much better here.
Yeah, and always this pawn's endgame, white will find a way how to maneuver.
Yeah.
For example, this, and then I don't know, king d2, because when you jump in, king c3, so black will need to retreat at some point, because, for example, if I go f3, let's say king b3, okay, g6, king b3, you cannot enter, because then c5 will come at some stage. Now black has promising position. I wouldn't say that black is worse at all. So they have an issue on the last board, but maybe Frederick is now close to leveling up the game.
So on the last board, Frederick actually did not take the pawn on e5. He also made the safe move, king to h8, and this gives again white a chance to gain some advantage.
And first board, I don't believe that black is worse at all. So I don't see how Germany can win the match.
Yeah.
They can only level it, which is an upset. But I'm trying to recall, there was a fantastic game in 2021. Our viewers could help us as well. So I think that Keimer won it with the black pieces, and it was, I think, versus Denmark. Denmark was playing that event very, very well in 2021 teams. I can even check it. We can go full screen here, so you could follow the games. So in that year, in that event, so Ukraine won, France was second. Germany was playing Nisipianu, who is now representing Romania. Donchenko was second board. Keimer was board number 3. Bluebaum Matthias number 4, and Swane Erasmus number 5. They played versus Denmark in the second round, I recall that, and the result was, so Germany versus Denmark. Germany won. Nisipianu won versus Andersen Mats on the first board. Donchenko made a draw versus Thibault, and there was this famous game Keimer-Biere, if I'm not mistaken, and Biere won with the black pieces, and Swane won for Germany with the white pieces. Check that game, Keimer-Biere, because in that game, king was marching from g8 to g3, because Keimer sacrificed everything, and then after king came to f4 and g3, it was a crucial attacking piece, which was funny. That game was one of the best I've seen for a while. So Keimer-Biere, 2021. Check that game. So Biere won with the black pieces. So maybe this head-to-head is something which is telling in this game.
In this game, white decided to take the pawn on e6 with a bishop instead of queen, and this is still going on. Very tense game indeed. But there is one game that is very funny. It's not our boards are not covering, our cameras are not covering this board, but we have Georgia versus Ukraine. And we do have Giga Hoparadze,
Who is in time trouble, right?
in huge time trouble. Huge, as always.
Has only, what, hour and 20?
1 hour and 26 minutes. And his opponent is Anton Korebel, very well-known grandmaster. He has 3 minutes, and the funny thing is Giga is winning. And to play against Giga is so frustrating, because he's playing so fast, and he's plays so good as well, that you are losing twice in one game, on clock and also on the board. So Giga is quite famous in Georgia because of his not lifestyle, but like playing style. And I'm so happy to see him here at this event, actually.
Queen e4, heading to an endgame, which is probably fine for white. At the same time, Kamer dropping long time, and now black is more than fine. So Germany on the verge of defeat. Huge upset. So what now with the concept? Bluebam, European champion, candidates, qualifier, was not playing. Of course, you want to give a chance to your reserve, but...
Yeah, and also quite high-rated reserve player. No, it's not that he was underdog. He had almost 200 rating points difference. So he was
maybe in Germany, in their chess circles, someone will start asking, what was it a mistake? But of course, if everything went smooth, then it would be a logical decision. So Kamer is struggling. He's playing on the last seconds.
Queen b2. Now there can be some pretty tactics in this position. Like if bishop goes away, like bishop b3 or so. Bishop c4 has been played. Then the back rank is quite vulnerable.
It's tough for black, because queen threatens.
Queen e8, checkmate on the back
another
rank.
Back rank motif. And Frederick.
And if you play something like h6 or so, there's bishop d3 that also 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5, 4.
He'll play on 1 second. He'll play a move on 1 second.
He has to,
yeah, I've seen this. He will play it on last second.
Just play on 1 second. What just happened?
Yeah, Queen f6 played, but is it a good move?
It is a good move.
The best move.
It's the best move.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by Frederick's ability. Gustafsson is very emotional. I'm joking. He's always cool-headed, poker face. Martirosyan is following Sébastien Mazet, captain of French team. And bishop a6 was played.
You cannot take this bishop again by the queen, because there is the backward
deflection
checkmate.
if queen takes a6, queen e8. And g6. Okay.
Yeah. On the 2 seconds, that was...
Yeah, that was
okay.
Easy job. But now...
It is equal position at this point.
Crazy. But now white is spending some time.
6 more moves before the time increment.
Okay. Bishop d3 returning or what?
Seems fine.
At the same time, Kamer will end up in a slightly worse position maybe, but...
Kamer has a bishop versus knight, and Jonas' king is quite strong, so...
Bishop d3 maybe not the best move, but it looks, from my point...
It's safe. Now at this point, white is okay to make a draw as well, as a team wins.
Yeah, he needs to realize that draw might be a good option. If I'm not mistaken, a captain of their team is an FM. So I see Ivan Sokolov now following. Maybe he won't interfere. b3 played. Okay. That's a good move, I believe.
If I take, is there some kind of tactic here?
Knight,
no, not
knight takes, rook f1 will be played, and we will have a draw.
Yeah, I think at this point, Fredrik just wants to save his game.
Yeah.
He cannot fight for a win for sure.
Yeah. It should be a draw. I don't know, queen c4, queen c7, something like that. At the same time,
Yeah.
Jonas is...
Björn might have some regrets not to play more precise with more time on the clock, because he was winning this game.
In case they make a draw,
Then it's already, oh no, it's not over, because Vincent can still.
so knight
Call
d2
it
now
again.
it's silent draw offer, and knight will go to d2. Yeah, that's a draw offer. Queen e2, and we will see queen takes c4, unless something strange happens. Queen e2, queen e6.
Draw offer happened.
Draw offer. Maybe not an ideal move to offer a draw. I would rather play queen e2, because here I can end up rook and a knight versus rook and a bishop. Not an ideal move. I would stay with queens on the board. On a jar of, okay, so black will play.
Did he offer a draw?
Yeah,
or
he offered a draw.
Okay.
But I think that was wrong. Wrong approach. Psychologically wrong.
Yeah.
With
I
queen.
never offer a draw in this, because when you get
Yes.
regretted, you are dead.
Yeah, because obviously black can make a draw by taking with c4
Yeah.
at some stage, so that was unnecessary. Yeah,
Yeah, rook d1 now.
yeah, he will need to work. Rook d1, knight d4 mistake. But
Oh, yeah.
so probably moving the king is
King
best.
h2.
King h2, yeah. But as I said, that was not the right, psychologically not the right approach.
Yeah.
Okay, it's obviously that draw, but black is on better side now for draw. So let's get the board back so you are able to see what's going on in Kamer versus Biere, because now, okay, white needs to calculate a bit.
The pawn end games are so tricky. So let's say we take the pawn on c4. Now it is black to move, right?
Yeah, king d4 played.
Okay. But also
Yeah, a good option.
transpose is probably the same line.
It's obviously black the one who is pushing. In the meantime, is there any game
King
which
d1 has been
is
played.
in time trouble? Last
I think
moment?
all of them are in time trouble.
Are
We have
Okay.
already Netherlands winning the match 2.5 to half. Even Anish Giri playing on the
Yeah,
first
Giri is
board,
winning.
he's also winning. So
Giri is
here
winning?
we had a clear favorite. The third board was very interesting, Hungary versus Georgia. We can just, Badur Jobava has won his game, and rest of the games are in progress. And we have another endgame, knight versus bishop of Luka Pajadze against Benjamin Glendora, and I think Luka is also going to win that one. So we might have another upset.
Yeah, we can see that the time trouble is over. So I suggest that we check the matches one by one, so with the board. So this is the first match. Kamer is heading towards a draw. Last move for Biere, but black is on now on better side of a draw.
Exactly.
So knight c4, white can lose
Is
this.
it a draw actually?
Yeah, now when I'm thinking more, maybe he will lose anyway, this position, which would be a huge shock. Fantastic match from Denmark.
It's so funny. Earlier, Vincent was worried about
Yes.
his last board, and now Fredrik is worried about his first board. And look at that. It was a storm. It was an emotional storm right now on this board.
Okay, so let's go with the camera to another match. So here Giri won the game, I believe, Netherlands versus Bulgaria. Then Jordan won the game as well, and yeah, the match is over. Netherlands won convincingly.
Yeah, that was pretty nice.
Yeah, then we
Nicely
can
done.
move on to another match. Hungary versus Georgia, Leko versus,
Tsatsalashvili.
yeah, here, yeah, Black seems to be doing fine. Is that game still on?
I see 2 remaining boards only,
Yeah,
and then perhaps both players are
Yeah,
missing on the first
yeah.
board. When they get the time, then they just want to. have
here
some-
Banush, who knows who is better here? Unclear. Jobava won, as you mentioned, and Paichadze seems to be doing
We
very
do
well.
have more moves here. I saw that the rooks were traded, and we have the knight versus bishop endgame.
Yeah, white is better. Hang on. That means that, yeah, first upset. No, second upset. Georgia is winning versus...
Oh, what's going on here in the playing venue? Something, they're looking for something. I think Lako just dropped some piece, or...
So Banush, this is the position. No, this is the position. Okay, Banush is slightly better, but probably it will end up in a draw. And then we can move on with the camera to Slovakia versus Azerbaijan. Mamedyarov is winning. It seems so. Let's get the board. Then Gazik versus Mamedov, it was Rouser. So we left around here how it went. H6, H5, also known stuff. I played it, knight b3. Strange. Strange that white played knight b3 here. This is like a dream position for black. Very strange play by Rauf. What a game. Tactics, tactics, tactics. And who is faster? It seems to me now that it's still a draw. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe black pawns are better because bishop is controlling. Very good game by Victor. I think this is fantastic game from black in this rouser. And then we have third board. Sahidi versus Safarli. Who knows what's going on?
The game between Frederick and Born has just ended in a draw, and now we have the last remaining game between Germany and...
Let's go with the camera back to Denmark versus
Denmark.
Germany, just to see is there any chat.
Here we have the players. They actually both did a great job. Frederick saved the game, very, very tough game. And also Bjorn, he was a huge hope for the team. And a lot of things changed because of his situation that he was winning.
Yeah, good result for Denmark. Let's go back Slovakia. So Sulejmani is winning. Or no? Yeah, he's winning. So Azerbaijan looks very good. Then we can move on to next match, which is England versus Sweden. There, Grandelius, it looks that they are just repeating the moves. With Hugo Grandelius, that should be a draw. And other games, Adams versus Jung Minsel is a draw. So 3 draws and 1 win from. Will they repeat the moves?
Yeah, I guess.
With Hugo.
Yeah, they're just checking right now.
King C3, it seems to me that it's just a draw. Yeah, which means that England won the match, but by very close margin. 3 draws, 1 win. Armenia, next camera, Armenia, Shant is winning, but he has misplayed a bit. Let's go with the camera to Armenia versus Lithuania. Yeah, he's much better on the second, but still it can be tough. Second board there is a draw, as predicted, and Hakobian won. So, Shant is playing for the win. The match in Serbia versus Montenegro, neighbors battle. Predke made the draw versus Kadric, good result for Kadric. Sarona versus Petrov. Ivic was winning, I think, at some stage. It's a draw. Was it winning? Somewhere here? No? Yeah. There was a winning move. In the end, it's steered to a draw. So Serbia, they won the match. 3 draws and then 1 win. Spain versus Switzerland. Shirov made a draw and 2 others. So that means that there is a decisive game. Weinziger versus Ufa, where
Looks pretty
so
equal, yeah.
Yeah, that match might end up 2-2. Anything else?
We can actually take a look to the last.
So Paparazzi won versus Korobov. Samonenko, so that means that Kovalenko needs to win versus Sanikidze.
I think he has very good chances for that.
He is winning.
Yeah.
So Kovalenko is about to win. Then Moldova, Greece. Okay, they are winning, right? Greece is winning with 2 white pieces. France is about to win versus Belgium. Slovenia is winning versus Finland.
Yeah, in the open section, most of the teams, they already got the time increment on the clock, but in women's section we still have most of the games under time pressure. Let's take a look at that.
To check women's section. Let's see what's going on.
This is board 2, Italy versus Poland. And so far we have all the games in action, and right now we have Colon Claudia against Tia Guecci. And Colon has pretty active position. I think she's even going for some kind of checkmate threats right now. She wants to enter with the king on the 6th rank. and then tried to checkmate. So black has to be very careful. Yeah, g5 has been played the last move. That clearly shows that after the check, rook b7, black wants to keep the king active and keep king on d6 rank, king g6.
Okay, so white slightly better. Zimna versus Klobasa. It seemed that Klobasa has managed to outplay her opponent. So Italy is doing well. Ukraine played 2-2 versus Austria. I think we mentioned that this might be tricky for them.
Although now they are leading with 1.5 to half.
No, it's already finished, if I'm not mistaken.
Finished?
Yeah. Pidubna lost, Zhukova won, and 2 draws.
Let me update.
And that match is finished.
Oh, the Georgia versus Georgia also finished 2 boards and 2 are in progress.
Yeah, Georgia versus Georgia 2, first board and second board they're playing, but they're leading 2-0. Let's see how Bodana is doing for Ingrid and Kesaria. For example, Kesaria and Kitadze. Kitadze made a draw versus Black. Kesaria, Mugeladze, junior star, lost versus Josephine Heinemann. Her husband is playing for Azerbaijan separately. And we have Sadet winning versus Repkova. Where is Bodana? Current star, young star of European chess. He's playing versus Croatian player Eva Mihajlovic, my team. And she seems to be slightly better, but opposite color bishops, it won't be easy. I suggest that we should go for a break.
It's a good time to take a break, yeah.
Then we will follow last moments of today's round. So, see you soon. Okay, so we are back. Germany.
With a half-empty playing venue,
Yeah.
actually, because some of the players have finished the games and even whole teams have finished the games.
Yeah, let's check the cameras one by one.
This is our first board, Germany against Denmark, and we can see here that Denmark won the match with 2.5 against 1.5, and this is actually a biggest upset as the first seeded Germany loses the first match against Denmark.
Yeah, in Olympiad we have like something like 200 teams, 170 or something, and in first round it's not easy to make an upset because the rating difference is huge. But here in European teams, it's already serious from the round one. I see even Sokolov checking his game. For example, this match depends on UEFA. If he doesn't win this one, it will be 2-2, which is great result by Switzerland.
Yeah, I agree with that, as Team Spain has quite strong lineup in this championship. Going to the second board in the open section, Netherlands had a really good day against Bulgaria, 3.5 against half, and then we have Georgia against Hungary. So far we do have one game down and the rest of the 3 games are still in progress. In this match anything can happen.
Yeah, for me 3.5 versus just a mere draw was a bit surprising in that match, Netherlands-Bulgaria, so kudos to the Dutch team. They did a really good job. As you mentioned, Hungary, Georgia, I saw Badur in the playing hall. He is still following some games. He is excited to see will his win bring his team a positive outcome in the end, winning the match. Three more games in progress, and still, Hungary needs to work hard to level the match. Azerbaijan, you can see them on the camera. It seems that they will win the match quite convincingly. Soleimani is about to win this game. We can also go to next camera, England versus Sweden. Niels was trying to avoid a draw, but now I think he's the one who needs to secure it immediately, because 5 minutes on the clock. He needs to give this check, knight f2 back, and we will have a draw with England winning the match. So let's move on. Lithuania versus Armenia. Also Armenia needs to win this game to win the match, but Shant seems to be pushing very well. Serbia won versus Montenegro by a narrow margin. Switzerland, Spain, we already mentioned. Let's move on with the camera. This is women's section. Let's stay in the men's section. Do we have another camera here? No, I think that's it. Yeah, so
I think the draw offer.
draw offer. Let's stay here. Let's stay here with the full screen.
Knight f2, and there's a eye contact, and they both decided to agree on a draw. Not much chances, but this is well done for Team England. First 2 boards draw, then we have beautiful game of Gwen Johns winning the game, and then also the last board was a draw, enough to win the first match against Sweden. And also on the other hand, Sweden put up a really nice fight against a quite strong opponent. As we said, this is 9-round tournament. This is only the first round, and of course those teams who has lost today, they have a great chance to come back at any moment to the top boards. So that being said, we have only Georgia versus Hungary on the top boards, right? The other games, and we also have one game in progress of Armenia against Lithuania.
France versus, let's get the board back, France versus Belgium. Here, Igor Black is playing, pushing, trying to level the score. Let's get the board so that we can show you. Let's get the board. We are frozen at the moment. By the way, in that match, so Igor Glek is trying to level the score by winning, and then it will be 2-2. But maybe people are not aware that Igor Glek was super strong. What do you think? What was his career high? Would you guess?
2650?
I think even more. I think his career high was 2670, something like that, which is a bit strange because many people even don't know him because he's now with 24 rating for a long. 2670. July 1996, 12 in the world. Can you believe?
Wow, that's pretty.
And he's now 24 rated, and I played against him 15 years ago when he was 24 rated, and he was already, far away from his prime, but in his prime, being world number 12, that's a huge thing.
Exactly, and also the ratings back in those days and ratings now is a bit different. As
we can see him now on
the
camera.
Changed.
Yeah. So this is a match, France versus Belgium. Darda made a draw, second board, all pal. Press won the game, kudos to him. And fourth game was drawn.
So
and this one is decisive.
Yeah, Belgium can Belgium save the game? Knight versus bishop, another position with an active king.
So, tense moment. This is the position. Knight f5 was played. King e2, and now black is thinking he can start marching with his king. I suggest that we also go to Poland, because in that match they are also left on the last game, which is a decisive, and we have a win by white, and Poland has won the game. I saw Miton Kamil, coach or second of Duda, but Duda is not here. You can see him. He got the congratulation. Vignir lost the game, which I think it was not so clear.
And so it was the draws on the three boards, and then the first board was decisive.
But they were fighting really well, and Vignir is a good player. So, and it looked to me that he has a normal position. So around here, I was in the playing hall, and no, maybe a little bit earlier. I'm trying to recall when was it, or it was already. Maybe it was already tough. Here, Queen e7 was played. Yeah, in this moment, I was expecting that this can be holdable. So he took on a2, but then Simon showed a really great technique and managed to bring home the bacon. Yeah, winning the game, an important game for his team. Yeah, so that Kamil was worried a bit for his players, but in the end they prevailed. But anyway, very nice show up of Icelandic team. Yeah, he managed to, to prepare rook e7, f5, f6 will come, and mating
The
net.
black king is just locked there.
If we exchange one pair of rooks, it can be maybe holdable, but anyway, it was
Barely,
not. Yeah. So important win for Poland. They were resting Wojtaszek. So let's move on.
Yeah, the games are finishing now, I think, one by one. We can see the playing venue is almost empty.
Yeah, we can maybe go with the wide view, with our broad view, that you get a feeling how is situation in the playing hall. So I met Edis Gorel, he won the game, so Turkey won versus Georgia 4. The reason why there are many Georgian teams, first it's normal when you have odd number to add another team, so it's 2, but then there was like last moment entrance of one team, and policy of ECU is to allow teams to play because of some reasons, which was force de majeure, and yeah, they were allowed. So then that was again odd numbers. Yeah.
Ah, so which team was allowed last moment? Georgian or?
No, the one team. Yeah, one team, and then they needed to add another, and suddenly, yeah, it just
ended up more teams.
Yeah, exactly. So Italy won versus Ireland, Israel versus Scotland, Turkey versus Georgia, number 4, Austria versus Kosovo, Croatia won versus Faroe 3.5, Romania versus Georgia. We still have one game in progress. Let's get the board. Let's get the board to check that game. Deak is pushing. But still it's far from clear. It's only small advantage. Queen and the knight versus queen and the knight. Yeah, so you can see the situation. White is having a free passer, or I'd say movable passer, while at the same time this one is blocked. But no, not much material around. But Deak is very, very skillful in squeezing small advantages. We will try to get camera there. But anyway, they won the match. How about Luka? Do you know him a bit?
Yes, I know him. He's quite strong player. Most of the cases, Georgian players' rating are not really reflect their real strength. I think he's at the level of international master, strong international master, very young player, and has been playing at the youth championship. So he's a youth player. So we are counting on him a lot.
Okay, so if he manages to hold versus Deak, which is not something to do it easily. Many players have felt under his pressure. So yeah, that I think it's a critical test of his future. How old is he?
Luka?
Yeah.
I think he's around 16.
Okay, nice test, because Deak has a huge experience, Grand Chess Tour, European teams, Club Cup, playing for Super Chess. So he is the one who can push. Hopefully we'll get the camera there. In the meantime, what else we can say? So Slovenia is pushing. How about Portugal versus Czech Republic. We have, okay, they won the match and we have one game left. Black is pushing. Azerbaijan, Suleymanli has won the game.
That gives Azerbaijan 2 points lead, and well, and then they need to make at least one draw remaining two boards.
Yeah, we can stay with the camera a bit here. So Romania won the match, but they're still playing 2.5 against half. Same goes for Czech Republic versus Portugal. Finland, Slovenia, there are 3 games in progress, but it seems that they will win the match easily. Glek versus Pierre, the game is still on. France versus Belgium. Greece won versus Moldova 3-1. I don't see Bologan on the list. I think he's not here.
Not.
Yeah, Victor is not playing for Moldova. Ukraine won versus Georgia 2, but it was not easy at all. They won on the last 2 boards. Switzerland 2-2 in the end. So Ufa made the draw.
Yeah,
very
pretty good success for Switzerland against Spain, who has Shirov on the first board.
Yep.
Oh, that's pretty nice. So the team Georgia has already finished 3 games, and right now they are pretty much pending on the last board. Benjamin Klendura against Luka Pajchadze.
Yeah, let's go with the camera there. Let's see how they're doing. Yeah. Georgia versus Hungary. So, as you could see without my analysis, white is playing this light squares strategy, but black seems to be on time with the counterplay. So black wants to take the pawn. So after, for example, some king c6, 7, king takes, king b7 or b6, we might end up in this kind of position, and now it's time to calculate. But probably black is on time.
You know, you can take first on b7 and then take on b6 and guard the...
Yeah, but maybe bishop e3 now. And this is another line. Yeah, white has several ways, but that means that Hungary is losing a match.
Yeah, they need Klendura to win actually this game.
So in terms of rating average, so Hungary was on 2660, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2666, while Georgia is
much lower, right? No,
2530.
Yeah.
So 130 difference, which means that rating, it's not showing sometimes that some team can count on a win. Maybe we can check with full screen cameras. What do we have now? Which games we are following? So this is Klendura versus Pajchadze. I heard that he was very good in tennis. I don't know if this injury is connected with his...
It's from, I had a very brief chat with him, but he plays a lot of tennis, that's right. But this moment probably it's from football. So
yeah, I'm playing also football plus tennis. Maze is my actually benchmark. I'm trying to catch him, but I heard that Luka is very good. How about other cameras? Let's move around. I see Peter Borislav, by the way. Czech captain of Novi Bor and organizer of Prague Chess Festival.
Yeah.
Deak is walking.
He's always walking, Deak, right? He likes to walk a lot.
This is Faruk Gasanov, right? And Rajabov. So there is are pushing, but it's obvious that they are about to win the match. Pehac lost versus Mamedjarov. Here it seems that Mamedov is struggling to make a draw, and on the next board in Safari's game.
There is also quite upsetting result in the women's section. Team Ukraine, which is seated third, they drew against Austria, and Austria was not as high rated as them. But you were earlier mentioning about the earlier matchups between these two, that Ukraine was
Ukraine is the team who can win. For example, I don't know who is Georgia is first seed. Like they can win 3-1 versus Georgia, but they can also struggle versus Austria, or I don't know. Let me think about some team, or I don't know, let's say Switzerland or something. They are that kind of team. Let's move on with the camera. It's interesting that you have a player like Rajabov and he's not playing.
Yeah. Sure.
Top player. So here we can see Armenia versus Lithuania. That Shant Sargsyan is trying to win. He's a bit nervous, but it seems that he's heading towards the direction. Behind there is this Hungary versus Georgia, Csaba Balog, captain. Actually, he's a coach of Divya. And during the World Cup, he was helping her a lot. Let's go on with the cameras. We can go full screen. I see Maze just came. I think it's Barsky from Ukraine behind. Let's see the cameras.
Shan seems to be a bit stressed.
Yeah. What I heard that there were some teams having training camps right before the...
In Georgia?
Right before this championship. Armenia is one of the teams. I heard that they took a train to come here. It's like 16 hours, is it possible? From Yerevan to here? Can be.
It's by train, I think it's shorter, but by bus it's 16 hours, yes.
So they were having a camp here, Israel, and some others as well. Let's move on with the cameras. I see Jean-Claude Moa there, who is in appeals committee. Yeah, this is Romania versus Georgia. I'm not surprised that Deac is not seated. I see Ivan Sokolov sitting. So Deac will stand up every move, sometimes even if he is on last second playing a move, getting 30 seconds and then still standing up.
Yeah, he likes to walk a lot.
But it's also sort of, it's not just the idea to stretch. I think it's some kind of nervousness.
Thinking,
Nervousness.
It can be quite disturbing for the opponents.
But this is his approach, and people know him already, so I don't believe there is any issue there.
What is the thing that you don't like that your opponent is doing and disturbs you?
Okay, sometimes I don't like when, for example, someone is like producing so many sounds while I'm on the move. I don't know. Usually when I'm playing and I'm getting some coffee, I would put my coffee on the table and then I would start, I don't know, drinking it or maybe rearranging only when I'm on the move. Yeah. So I wouldn't like make so many sounds. And there is sometimes there is a situation where players say you are on the move and then suddenly they are adjusting the table, they are bringing food, drinks and so on. Yeah. This is something I don't like. Of course, also when someone is staring at you.
Yeah.
That was common, like in previous time. And there are few details. But in general, I was more or less focused on my play, and I would actually sometimes not even looking at the opponent. I cannot say that something can disturb me so much.
These players who are very much focused on these elements to disturb the opponent and win the game, they are not going for long runs usually.
Exactly.
Yeah. still there are some players trying their best.
Yeah,
I
let's
think
say
mostly youth players because they don't know much of the people. Because at some point, when you know someone for 20 years and plus, you just
So it's still hard to believe that there will be anything else besides the draw, but let's move on. We can add another camera to check the angle. You will see that we got another camera for this game to see the tension around them.
Yeah, black just captured the pawn on g5 and gave up the pawn on e5 to eliminate as much pieces as possible.
What I can see here that arbiters felt asleep a bit, no results.
Yeah, they don't have this.
Yeah, on other matches.
They have in some matches they have the
but
results and they
I
don't
see
have
those.
here. Yeah. I don't think they have the stickers or whatever to hold those things.
Let's check. We have another camera for this game, so let's check who is around, who is watching. Yeah, you could see now Georgian Grandmaster Joshua is here, Ivan Sokolov on the left.
And I think the arbiter of this match.
Yeah. Okay, it's time to go back with the camera to our to our closer view. We can add a board. They are playing on the last seconds. I got an info, actually we got it, from our dear Matthias. Greetings to him, he's a big chess fan from Germany, going to many tournaments, Vaikanze, following events, that Georgian captain Zurab Sturua is not in Batumi since in Croatia there is European Senior Championship, and that he is there playing, and today he played last round, winning, and now it's time to calculate tie breaks between him and Nunn, John Nunn, another legend, who has won the tournament. Oh, kudos to Sturua.
Yeah, he's actually playing that tournament quite often and winning also.
One question, we have Valery Gaprinashvili here.
He's not playing, he just left us and not even playing.
Yes. Is he connected with
Nonna?
Yeah.
No. No.
Okay.
He's always joking that Nonna is his mother or aunt or something, but no, they're not connected.
Okay. Yeah, regarding grandmaster from Georgia, besides Sturua, I recall Girgadze.
Yeah, he is a former president of the federation for many years, actually.
Very strong grandmaster. Ubilava, right? He was coach of Anand.
Coach of Anand, yeah.
Yeah, also Georgian grandmaster.
But he lives in Spain for many years. He used to be the team of Georgian women's team for a long time, but now not anymore for 2 years or 3.
Sergei Movsesyan was born in Georgia.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
This I know, in Tbilisi. So let's go back to this game. What's going on? So it seems that black has found this drawing mechanism that king cannot escape. King h3.
And now black can just simply repeat the moves and give the checks because There is no way to avoid those checks. Queen f3, queen 2, h1. Very nice way to give up the knight.
Yeah. Now it's dead draw. We can go full screen. First with this camera, and then we will switch to another when the game finishes, but it's sort of over. Last moments, and we will have a handshake. Deak is thinking, but it's obvious that he can only make a draw. Nice result by Luka.
Yeah, he's very, very good player. He's very sharp.
To hold Deak, you need to show some strength. Kudos. So last moments of today's round, we are following. Just to remind you, we have 9 rounds, 1 free day after 5 rounds. Last round is starting a bit earlier at noon. And yeah, I think now Luka won't claim a draw. He will just...
Yeah, he will not,
Yeah,
they decide. Yeah, very much interested in more what happened. I will just ask them what happened.
Now we can go broad view camera.
He's talking to Joshua now. Yeah.
Let's go broad view camera. Let's see the scene from this game. Broader view from this game, yeah. So,
what's the final result in here?
3-1, right? Was it? Yeah, handshake by captains Ivan Sokolov and David Joshua. Great result by Luka. Deak is not in a great shape. In Grand Swiss he was struggling, but he's a very strong player. He can play top level chess. I'm sure he will come back.
And we do have only one game in progress right now in the open section. The day is about to finish, right? And in the women's tournament, we do have 3 remaining games in the progress.
So Serbia versus Lithuania. Serbia will win.
Serbia, yeah. This game is not the one that will decide the result. There is Armenia against Efremsky. They had the only knight end game against the king, and this is also a draw. So basically we have last 2 games in progress in the women's section. And this is knight and the rook versus rook. Check against Portugal.
So we can have a stroll with the cameras. So let's see what do we have. This one is finished. Same here. This one is frozen, but it's
from the past.
It's drawn. Here I believe that we will have a draw, but the game will take some time. Black is fighting for a draw. I played this many times with stronger side. Never
with the
winning.
bishop and the rook, it's more chances, but with the knight is a little bit limited here.
Yeah, so we won't follow this for a long. We will just keep an eye for a few minutes, but basically that's it. Let's move on with the cameras. So Sabrina Vega in women's section is playing with the black pieces, trying to win the game. This is sort of last game to follow versus Slovakian opponent, but this looks like a draw. opposite colors bishops. It won't be easy to make a breakthrough.
Yeah, and the Spain needs to win this game to tie the match, otherwise they're already a point down. And the draw will give Slovakia a win in this match.
So bishop e2 just played. Rook will be moved to e1, I believe. Yep. Okay, there is some calculation needed. Let's get the board to show you. So we have also in Serbia versus Lithuania, we have opposite colored bishops. It will take some time. And in a men's section only, you mentioned Czech Republic, Keti, right?
Yeah, that's the last game.
Okay, that game will take for some time. So let's stay here for a moment. Will something happen? And then we will finish our day. I see Petr Boleslav. I mentioned him already. Organizer. Okay, well, let's say one of key persons of Czech Republic. Boost, chess boost.
That's right. So king e5 has been played?
White is thinking, clock is ticking. 20 seconds, 15. By the way, Sabrina Vega Gijeres, she was having a really tough time at the last European Individual Championship, not qualifying to World Cup, if I'm not mistaken, losing or making a draw in the last game in complete winning positions, and she was sitting at the board after the game has finished and sitting there for a few minutes in desperation. It was really tough. I can even search for a second. So Keti, when you're looking this event, what do you think? Do you have this feeling, I could play on this level?
Oh, definitely. Not at this level, it's different levels, right? But when I'm looking at the tournament, I'm always like, well, I'm not playing.
I could do it, huh? But from my point of view, I'm not ready to play 9 rounds. It's really tough.
It's long tournament. I like to play the leagues because it's like weekend and then you're back to your work. But when you're combining to work and also play, it's just silly.
Yeah,
to do
these
that.
days, let's say 20 years ago, like grandmasters or not top players, but let's say professionals, but not very top, would only play. So you just play chess. You play leagues, you play tournaments, you prepare for that, you work on your novelties and so on. And now the case is that basically you do other things as well. Lectures, writing articles, giving lessons and so on. And you're not like proportion of...
It's not a fair game because others are just focused on chess. Oh, she got the queen? I thought it was a bishop for a moment.
So she will be, what, 2 pawns? 2 pawns down?
Yeah, but I think it would be much better if the king is on g5, like somewhere on g5.
Yeah, it should be. After
g7.
bishop c5, it should be a draw. But white is on a better side of a draw, I believe.
Yeah, definitely. 2 pawns are still something.
So I wanted just to come back to Sabrina. So she made a draw versus Urhzala in a game where she was, I think, completely winning. So now rechecking, and that was not enough to qualify. Yeah, she was like totally winning, and then she made a draw in like winning position. And
so you were talking this about European
individual last round, 11th round. If she wins, she qualifies to World Cup this year, and she managed to misplayed it, and so it was like -5, -4 in an end game. She managed to misplay it, and
this
missing.
is just a draw. They just don't have enough energy to play any longer, and they even trade the rooks.
Yeah, that's it. King goes to G7, bishop stays. Nothing to follow here. I think
that's it.
Yeah,
for
we
today.
can just check. Is something happening in Czech Republic?
No.
Game versus Portugal. Not much is happening. I think, this game.
They are just counting now the moves, and we can also just very quickly count. So the last capture happened on the move 79, and they are now on 91. So it will be a long game. They can play about 30 more moves. I think it's time to summarize the first round today, as we are about to call it a day. And today we had some upsets. The game that I really enjoyed, the match I really enjoyed, was Germany versus Denmark. That was very nice, and big congratulations to Team Denmark, and obviously Team Germany with the highest rated players. They have a very good chance to come back at some point. And another upset was Hungary losing against Georgia Team 1 in the open section, and Joba was the star of a team.
Yeah, winning easily versus Yugirov. That was a huge thing. As I mentioned during lunch, he was saying to me that this is third time in a row that he plays versus Yugirov with the black pieces. And today he was playing a really good game, exploiting this blunder. We had many blunders, Keti, or like tactics. Yeah. Queen A5 in Mats Andersen game versus Kollars is something memorable. So guys, I think after this championship there will be a lot of materials for chess lessons.
That's right. Thanks very much for being with us. We'll come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Georgian time, and we'll have more excitement. So thank you very much for watching. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.